there's one, there's two. All right, we're live on both vertical and horizontal YouTubes. Yes, we are, I think. Yep, there goes one, there goes two. All right, cool. Welcome in, y'all. Thank you for joining today. We're doing some recipe development. We're gonna be doing a pasta bean sausage dish. One pot pasta stew, I think, is what we're working with title. We're also going to be doing a bit of focaccia bread prep for tomorrow. So we're prepping the dough for that. And then we're making dinner tonight, which is tuna melts. They're going to have a bunch of stuff in them. I'm not really sure yet, but we're going to get there and we're going to figure it out together. So welcome in. If you're hanging out on YouTube, I would love it if you'd hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. Those two things help the channel grow. And if you hit the subscribe button and you're a subscriber for more than 10 minutes, that means you can chat on YouTube. And if you are chatting on YouTube, I will be able to see it. We're also live on Twitch. Same name. Here we go. Okay, we're going to start doing the recipe development for today. I think also we're going to open a new notebook today. Because this one doesn't have enough pages in it. There's no open page at the end here. I've reached literally the end of this notebook. I can't do anything else in here. All the pages are filled. So that tells me it's time to start a new one. So we're going to start a new one with a recipe, which is super fun. I always keep my notebooks, this one specifically, or the most recent notebook always sort of stays out on the counter for at least a month or two, because I use them for reference often. And when I start a new one, it feels really weird because I can't go back and look at anything in it yet. And so this is a very interesting day because we always, starting a new notebook feels intimidating and also exciting. It also feels really exciting to be able to like just start something fresh. Sita, welcome in. A Swiss roll. You have to like who eats a Swiss? I mean, I know that you eat the Swiss roll, like you're supposed to cross it and get like a nice cross section, but like unrolling it is kind of fun. I'm with you. So if it has been a while. The last notebook that I have is this one, and I started this one May 8th, 2023. So a while. I also need to like, what happens is I have a lot of notes in here, right? Like I have my pasta recipe in the back. I have a recipe for deep fried batter. I have how to, like all the things that I cook in the Instant Pot, like all the ratios that I use and times for those. I have in the back of here. I have the weights of the different bowls and different things that I use in the kitchen regularly. So eventually I will transfer this stuff over because like I'm always going to want this pasta recipe and, you know, pasta, tortillas, how to make batter, like deep fried batter. I want this available in the same spot in this new notebook. You know, there is something about a notebook that a phone can't replace completely. And part of it for me is just watching how I organize myself. Like, you know, we were talking about Food Fight, right? Like I have my literal notes from from Food Fight 2 years ago, right here. Like, here it is. This is how I planned out round one in June of 2024, round one of Food Fight. Here it is. Like I have it. I don't need to search through my computer. These are just food notebooks too. These are not, I don't do anything else in here. Like here's when I started working on this garlic cookie recipe. That was June of 2024 also. Like, I now have a basically finished version of that recipe right here. Yeah, right here. Which is fun. I can look back and see what I was eating on camping trips in 2023, what was in my refrigerator in May of 2024. Here's the original recipe for the soup sandwiches that I really love now that I've made like a bunch of different varieties of. So these are fun. I love having them available. And the best part about them is that I also don't keep the old ones too far from hand either. Like the notebook before the one I just finished, that was this one. This one was this one started in 2019 and ended in 2023. Yeah, April 2023. So like, yeah, here's a recipe for how to make toad in the hole. Here's a camping trip I did May 26th of some year. Like, and these are all, this is before I started streaming. Like, just so we're clear, like, here's the menu from the weekend that our niece visited in July of 2020. You might remember that year. Here's how I was meal planning in 2019. Like, I love having a written record of all of this stuff. Here's the notebook before that. When was this from? 2016. So, lest y'all think that I started writing things down when I started streaming. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Before the notebook, it was a legal pad. Yeah, 2016. Here's my meal plan when Calvin was 10 months old. 10 months. When Calvin was 10 months old, this is what I was making that week, which is wild. Blue Apron, Blue Apron, Blue Apron, Blue Apron. Freezer meal, turkey burgers. Yo, I've made turkey burgers on stream multiple times. Yeah, this is wild, and it just continues. So we're gonna start a new one today. The last time I started the new one, I made a big deal about it, and we like went through and did like a whole thing, and I'm not feeling that today. Today I actually just need to start a new notebook, so I'm doing that. But we are starting it with something that's fun, which is working on a recipe, which is what I enjoy doing. So we'll leave those notebooks out on the counter because I feel like that's something I want to show Calvin later, is the like the sort of the notebook situation. Okay, we can't use, the only thing that I know about this is I can't use the first page because it's like glued down, all weird. The other thing I know about these notebooks is eventually this thing, this bookmark, will rip off. Anyway, we jumped straight from like actually interesting food content to like me talking about nostalgia. So let's work on this recipe. So what am I actually doing with this? What is my outcome? What consistent, I think the better question is, what consistency do I want here? I want this to be very thick, like viscous and thick, but I don't necessarily want it to be liquidy. So my challenge with this one is going to be cooking the orzo in the sauce while maintaining the liquidity of it, not financial, while maintaining how liquidy this is. I don't want it to go too far, but I also don't want it to like, I want this to be something that you could, how do I want to put this? I want this to be thick enough that it's like the thickest stew that you've ever had. Like it's still discernibly like, it's not pasta in sauce. It's like sauce and pasta with meat. I don't know how to describe it. Like I want you to be able to take a big piece of toast and like plop some of this on there and have it stay, but also be able to just eat it with a spoon as its own wholly separate thing. That's how I've made it before. But when I've made it before, I haven't put any thought into the amount of liquid I've put in there. I've just been like, needs a little more, needs a little more. Okay, needs a little less, like cook it longer. You know, I've put thought into it, but not as much as you need to when you're like, okay, but seriously, how do you make this? How do you tell someone else to make it? First things first, let's prep all my ingredients. Because I know that I'm gonna want to have the onion and garlic and meat all like prepped and ready. So let's do that first. While I'm doing that, I can kind of riff on what the actual process is going to be. But let's start with, like all good recipes, let's start by chopping an onion. Let's start by getting the cutting board out, actually. That's first. Then we're going to turn this camera on. And there we go. Okay, cool. Move some things out of the way. Whenever I turn the overhead camera on, I always am like, oh, I've got like a lot of stuff that's visible on the screen when the overhead camera's on. There we go. A little less so. And now we can maybe just zoom in on that one a little bit. There we go. Okay, cool. Perfect. For our purposes today, we also want to weigh everything, weigh and measure everything, because that is important in the process of keeping track. So excuse me, oh my God. Ooh. Okay, no more belching. Onions first. Let me wash my hands again. Towel. Where did I put that towel? There it is. All right. So the first thing is an onion. I guess I'm going to use a whole onion. This is a pretty large onion. I could probably use a little less of it, honestly, but it is what it is. So we're gonna go with it. I just sharpened all these knives, so I don't really honing them a little bit. I was reading recently that you should not use a steel honing rod, that you're like supposed to use. It's better. And I don't know. I've only ever had a steel one, and I feel like I was questioning myself over it. Should I not be using this? Is this making my knives bad? I'm like, it came with the shun. It came with like a good knife. Like, wouldn't they know? Wouldn't the shun company know? Toys, what is HRC steels? I'm probably familiar with what that means in the context of knives, but I don't know what that acronym means. What is a high HRC steel? High something content? There it is. I'm like looking for this Dutch oven. It's not in the right place. Okay. Rockwell hardness for metals. So harder metals you should not use a steel on. Is that my understanding? Came with the block. Yeah, broccoli, that one, same. This one, I think, came with the block as well. Interestingly enough, the knife sharpening kit that I have came with a came with a sharpening rod as well, but that one is ceramic. I feel like I don't remember where I saw this. It was probably something on Instagram or something like that. Someone was like, "Don't do this with your knives. You're ruining your knives." I was like, "Am I?" I'm like, I don't know if that's what's ruining them. But thank you for the input. Shun is typically around 61 HRC. Okay. I have chipped. I have a couple Shun knives and I've chipped all of them before. So I feel like that is very accurate. The blade on them, or the edge of the blade feels very it's very thin. So it does feel it to me, it feels like it's easier to chip. This knife that I'm using right now is like, I feel like I would have to try to chip this blade. Okay, you're good though. Don't give me any grief. Self-sharpening sheaths. That's fascinating. I don't know that I've ever actually encountered one of those. Do you feel like they work? I feel like I'd still want to sharpen my knife. Don't take it as a challenge. Yeah, no, you're good. Let's not. This is a carbon steel Sabatier knife that I've had for a long time. It is in fact my favorite knife. I like the smaller utility knives. I'm not always a big like chef fan of the 8-inch plus chef knives. I find them harder to, I don't know, not harder to use. They're just different. Ooh. Oh, that one's hitting. This onion is decided on a violent approach today. I think this is like the equivalent of one small onion worth of dice. So I think I'm going to leave it at this because this is a lot. This is like quite a bit of onion. So we're going to take the other piece of this onion and wrap it up. What am I going to wrap this up for? Yeah, I'm going to wrap this up. Because I can't think of what I want to use it for right now. I was thinking, oh, I'll just dice it now while I have it out. But I don't know what I want it for. Because I was thinking, oh, I'll put it in the tuna melt, but I want to use a shallot for that. I don't want this yellow onion in my tuna melt. I want something a little less aggressive. Yeah, and I have a shallot in there, so I'm going to use that instead. Seems to work fine for the Santoku and the cleaver. I don't think I've ever sharpened my Santoku knife. $200 says, I hate an 8-inch knife, but I have like 4 of them. It does. It feels like the wrong size for my hands too. I get that. Like that, it doesn't, especially for something like an onion where I'm like trying to kind of get in there and dice. Like the tip just feels so much further away. And I mean, and it is, obviously, but it feels like further away from the center of the action where like I want the tip to be closer up. So I love a utility knife because it's like, you know, just wider than my hand. So it feels a lot easier to use. Let's put this in a glass cup, actually, because that will not only be able to weigh it, but it will also measure the volume as well. Dan, welcome in. Use a whetstone to touch them up. Toys, that sounds like a good that's a good idea. Like having just like versus like getting out a kit to, you know, getting out like the whole whetstone kit. Because even if you're just using a flat stone for things, the you know, you can still get into it. If y'all have seen me sharpen my knives on stream, you know that I've got like the whole knife sharpening kit. Like I only really get it out every couple months, but when I do, I sharpen all of my knives at once. But yeah, the touch-ups in between, I use the steel just for like the basic just honing. It's not, I'm not like, there's no pressure going on there. A splash stone versus soaking stone. I'm not familiar with the difference in what those are. Headley and Bennett utility knife. It does, 5.6 inch. I don't know what the size of this one is. This one I purchased for myself at the store. Like, you know, I bought this at Fonte's, and I was like, I was trying different knives, and I was like, oh, that one feels good in my hand. So I got it. Okay, this is basically 1 cup of onion. So I'm gonna go, and I'm just gonna say this is 1 small onion, 1 cup, 154 grams, and how many ounces is that? 5.45 ounces. But that is exactly a cup worth of chopped onion. So that's a good measurement. I like when things are sort of like a whole number like that. Okay, let's do 1, 2, 3. Let's do 4. Let's do 5 cloves of garlic. Again, if I'm making this for myself, I'm gonna probably do more cloves of garlic than that. But I think 5 is a reasonable amount of garlic for like a normal recipe. Okay. And I just shot a piece of garlic over here somewhere. Where is it? There it is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Cool. Let's get the little papers off of here. A Shaped Pro. You don't need to soak it for 10 to 30 minutes. You just throw some water and use them. Better feedback, and you can feel when you have a correct angle. Oh, that's nice. The one I've used the whetstone, like the ones that you have to soak before, and they are nice. That's what I used to like. That's what when I learned to sharpen a knife. That's what I was using. Was just like the soaking stone that you sort of put over top of the like thing of water and soak it that way. I don't do that now. The one that I have is just you moisten the stone. Basically, you wipe it with a wet cloth to take all of the little like iron pieces off of it. But that's about it. let's roll these. Some of this particular batch of garlic I have, for some reason, is being very difficult to roll and get the skins off of. Some of them come off really easily, and some of them, like, some garlic does and some garlic doesn't. This is the first batch. This is the, I guess, because I bought like several bulbs of garlic at once. I'm assuming they're all from the same relative time and place, growing area. And whatever that happens to be is like less cooperative for some reason. Anyway, this still works a lot better than doing this with your fingers, completely with your fingers. So I kind of like it. I don't mean to throw any. You were talking about the glass toys. I was just thinking about the how folks different types of cutting boards, and one of the ways that you can tell you're in a house where I don't want to say someone doesn't cook very often, but maybe someone's not like super enthusiastic or tuned into cooking, is folks that only have a glass cutting board. I've definitely been in Airbnbs like that before, and I'm just like, oh no. Like, oh no. And then my other favorite thing is the Ever Sharp knives. They're like a glass cutting board, and the knives that like never need sharpening, the ones that have like a micro serration on the edge, are so pervasive in like rental properties like that. It's so frustrating. Like, I've definitely been in a rental property before, and then they've had not a good knife, but they've had like a regular chef knife that was just dull, and I've sharpened it on like the bottom of a mug, and it's been worlds better than the ones that are usually there. I've never tried microwaving a bulb of garlic for the purpose of peeling it. That's fascinating. I wonder what that does. I mean, I know what it does. It obviously heats the thing up, but I wonder what it changes structurally within the garlic to make it easier to peel. All right, let's get that rinsed out. And then we're going to chop this. We're going to dice it and measure it. This is not even close to a quarter cup. This is like a tablespoon. So we're not approaching anything close to a quarter cup of garlic here, which is, to be clear, the correct amount. Anything less than a quarter cup. It steams it, separates it. Got it. Makes sense. Caretaker, you bring your own knives to an Airbnb? Totally. I have done that many times when I've been driving there. The issue is that often, if I'm going to an Airbnb, I'm going to get on a plane first, and I can't. But when we stay when I go with my friends in the fall, we have like a large group trip. We always go somewhere that's within, that's 7 or less hours of a drive from Philadelphia. We bring everything that we need to cook: pots, pans, sheet pans, knives, like cookware. Because a lot of the folks that go on that particular trip are not serious, they're not like chefs, although we've had those. But there are folks that take the cooking aspect of the thing seriously and enjoy it. And, often the dishes that they're making require a specific piece of cookware to make, If you're making Dutch oven nachos, you don't want to rely on the place that you're going having a Dutch oven. You'll want to just bring it with you. You have to bring knives to your girlfriend's place. You know, I'm sure she appreciates it. That means that you're cooking there too, which most people tend to appreciate when someone does that for them. Okay, that is a little garlic situation. Let's measure how much that is. That was 5 cloves. So 5 cloves garlic. That is probably a table, maybe 2 tablespoons. Baker, welcome. Hello. Good to see you. Okay, that is 1 tablespoon. And so this is the first pass. What we're doing today is the first I've made this dish before, but today is the first pass at like measuring and tracking all of this stuff. So I would say 1.5 to 2 tablespoons, because that is slightly less than 1, but a little more than a half. First tablespoon is 12 grams. That's 20. So little, it's right there in between. Okay. So we have 1.5 to 2 tablespoons, 20 grams. How many ounces is that? 0.7. Okay, so garlic is good. This is my favorite knife, toys, and I have, it's funny, my friend Drew was getting rid of some of his knives at one point, so I have 2. This one's older, not to me. This one's newer to me, but is physically older. And it is interesting because you can see, if you look at the blade shape, this one is straighter, and this one is more rounded, because this one has been sharpened a lot more. Like this one has probably a decade or more of sharpening on it than this one does. And you can really, like, you can tell sort of when you align them, the one is much more straight than the other, which is always very funny to me. Okay, so that garlic is, we're measured on the garlic, we're measured on the onion. Let's get the beans. So I think with the beans, I don't love draining the beans, so I'm going to use the beans with their liquid, because that's going to be a bit, it's going to make this thicker, and it's also going to make this so I don't have to add as much liquid to it. Kathy, I hope you have a good meeting. I hope people listen to what you have to say and that you end up the meeting with 0 additional responsibilities. Yes, a 1950s Willing, the flat profile, completely. Yeah, it is funny. This one, I have two versions. This is also the same knife. So you can see. Wait, that's not going to work. I was going to say these two are also exactly the same thing. And you can tell, I'm going to hold them up against a dark surface so you can see the difference in them. The one on the top has been sharpened quite a bit more than the one on the bottom. as evidenced by the fact that the blade is like perfectly straight. Now these are just small like paring knives, but it's notable because they're the exact same knife. One is just significantly older and has more experience being sharpened than the other one, which I think is funny. Coincidentally, the one that is flat is the one that I like better. I always like the older knife better. The straight flat profile is, I don't know, I like it. I enjoy it. Girl Dad on YouTube. Hit the like button if you haven't. Well, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Yes. Yes, if you're watching on YouTube, hitting the like button is lovely. Hitting the subscribe button is awesome. And if you want to chat, you have to be subscribed for more than 10 minutes. You can also join us on Twitch at the same name, which is here. We are working on a new recipe today. So I'm opening my cans now. We're getting everything sort of ready to go. This is a pretty quick, straightforward recipe. So it is basically a one pot like pasta stew. I'm calling it a stew, but it's like, I want it to be like a really thick stew. Like this should be able to be scooped onto a piece of toast. That, you know, and still have a little bit of, when you scoop it onto a piece of toast, it shouldn't drip off the side. Pasta stew. Exactly, toys. Exactly. Yeah, it's like a ragu, like a really thick bolognese type of situation, but easier and way less intense, way less cooking than a bolognese. I'm doing a lot of like nitpicky measuring this moment, but this should be relatively like a 30-minute or less meal. Okay, so here's how we're gonna do this. Let me look at the directions for this orzo. I just want to like, the note on this pasta is really funny. Artisans of al dente. The perfect al dente bite is achieved when pasta cooks to a tender exterior balanced by a firm bite with a fleck of white at its core, the pasta's soul. What? Yo, this is it's literally just pasta. Like, chill. Just tell me how long it's supposed to cook for to get it to that state. 5 quarts of water, 2 tablespoons of sea salt, ready in 12 minutes. Great. Caretaker says it sounds like a line from the Necronomicon totally didn't inspire me to buy. It kind of does. It's a little bit like superfluous or flowery to be like, you know. Okay, but we want to cook this. See, my goal is, here's my goal. What is my goal? My goal is to cook this in one pan. Pasta, meat, sauce. So I know that this is going to absorb a lot of liquid, right? Let me see what this says. Perfect pasta, 5 quarts of water plus salt. Stir occasionally. Yup. So it's supposed to cook in 10 minutes. And this is going to be starchy. Like, because I'm not draining this, all of the starch from this pasta is going to go into this thing. So it will be sticky enough. It will be sticky enough. I think my challenge with this is going to be getting the right liquid consistency. So I think what I'm going to do is start out with this. We're going to start out with cooking the meat, actually. We're going to cook the meat. We're going to set the meat to the side on a plate. Then we're going to toast the orzo in the pot. Then we're going to put the liquid in. We're going to cook the orzo. No, we're going to toast the orzo. I want to cook the onion in there too. So I'm going to cook the onion. I'm going to cook the onion. Then we're going to cook the meat. Onion, garlic, meat, remove. Toast the orzo. Put the sauce in. Then the beans with the bean water. And we'll cook all of that. Then we'll add the meat and onions and garlic back in. Considering, actually, no. Let's cook the meat without the onion and garlic. Then we'll cook the meat and we'll set that to the side. Then we'll do the onion and garlic. And as that is about halfway done, as that's finished, we'll put the orzo in. And we'll toast the orzo. Then we'll put the sauce in, because I want the onion to help deglaze the pan from the meat. The sauce will fully deglaze the pan. Then the beans with their bean water, and then like a cup or two of regular water. We'll season that at that point. Then add the meat back in. Okay. Troy says, what watch are you wearing? I love the size of the bezel and band. This is Hamilton, and I don't actually know what model it is, but this is the band that it came with, and it only shows, it's upside down, but it only shows the time. No date, no nothing else, just literally the time. And it's always 10 minutes ahead. It is a nice watch, Joe. Thank you. It was a Christmas present from Gwen. The way that I get Christmas presents is I ask for something super specific. I send a link to it, and then Gwen will get it. And then I'll be like, thank you. And I will remember forever that it was a present. And that's, for a couple of years, she was like, doesn't that mean that it's like not really, like, I didn't really think about it or get it. And I was like, well, then think about something and get that. Like, but if you want me to help you with this thing, I'm happy to. And then you can, then you can get me something I want. I got a list. I got a long list of stuff that I like and want. Hold on. I think the dog is downstairs. Yeah, she's asking to go out. Okay. Before we start the cooking process, because I'm about to like put stuff on heat in the pan here. Before we start that, I'm going to let Daisy out. I'm going to let the dog out because she's asking. And if I don't let her out, she's going to pee in the hallway or somewhere worse. So we're going to do that. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. And I'm sorry. I'm not that sorry, but I'm sorry that that's going to happen. We're going to also play a game of words on stream. Ellie, welcome in. Who let the dog? I'm letting the dog out. Who let the dogs out? Oh my God. I remember when Calvin, my son, like found out about that song, and it was just like, oh my God, why are you the most insufferable human being right now? You're literally the worst. Because anytime we'd let Daisy out, he'd be like, who let the dogs out? And I'm like, shut up. Stop it. Stop it. It's good to see you. Welcome in. Fellow food streamer, among many other things. Okay, but we're gonna do that now because she's nosing at the door now, and I'm like, I got like barely a few seconds. Isn't the lore about that song like about like ugly people? I feel like that song is based on people that the artist found ugly being put into the club, being like released into the club. Is that a thing? Okay, good. I'm glad to be told that it's not. Longest running Twitch cooking show. The SEO returns cooking with heat. That's kind of amazing. You have branded it well. It's a high school football chant. Oh, why does everything come back to football? I bet it was like a team that had dogs in the name. It had to have been. Okay, we do need to take a break because Daisy is now moved upstairs. She's moving upstairs, which means that she's moving elsewhere in the house because that's where she likes to poop, is upstairs in the hallway. Okay, we're gonna run a game of words on stream on Twitch. Here comes that game. I'm gonna take a quick 3-minute break. I'm gonna run 3 minutes worth of ads. If you are a subscriber, you can hear what I have to say during that time, or you can go to YouTube where there's a link to that in chat where you can hear me throughout that period. Good time to get up, take a quick break, take a stretch, get a bite to eat, get a drink, have a good cry, whatever it is you need. We'll be right back. Here comes 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. I'm sorry, they pay me for it. I don't have any control. Okay, bye. We'll be right back. I'm letting the dog out. Okay, Daisy, come here.
Hi.
Daisy, Daisy. Don't go poop in the house. Thank you. Come this way. Come on. Come on. Here we go. Come on, old girl. Come on. Now she doesn't want to come down the steps. Come on. Hey, you were just asking to go out. We're going outside. Come on, babe. You can do it. I know. I believe in you. You got to come down the steps. Let's go. Okay. Here we go. And we're off. Out the door she goes, into the frigid tundra of the patio, sniffing the air, not wanting to be there, not wanting anything at all to do with actually being outside, but still having to use the bathroom nonetheless. Daisy is sniffing and standing and not doing anything at all. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Nope, there she goes. Okay. She's making moves. I know that y'all are concerned about what's going on, so we're gonna narrate what's happening. All right. Hey, well, where'd you go? There she goes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That could have been on the floor somewhere in the house, and now it's not. Beautiful. That's good work, Daisy. That's good work, Daisy. Good work. All right, she's coming back in. You empty? Good job. Good job. We did it. We did it. Oh, God damn it. I just tripped over Calvin's violin. Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry. We got one more, right? We got time for one more? Yes, we do. There's still an ad running. Okay, cool. We got it. All right. She is Daisy is completely taken care of now. Let me wash my hands. And when this board is over, we will be back. We'll be back. Okay. Getting there. Getting there.
It's over!
It's over! Thank you, Strong Bad. If you're on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. Nobody likes the ads, myself included. And they are an invasive aspect of the stream that is unavoidable. Unavoidable because of capitalism. So thank you for your patience as they were running. I appreciate it. Once this Game Awards on stream is wrapped up, we will be back on the big screen and working through cooking this recipe. I realized I didn't get the meat out of the thing, and I need to write down the other things that I'm putting in here that I didn't have to cut or measure. Because if I don't write down that this needs tomato sauce, I might forget to put it in the final write-up. It's unlikely, but it's possible. All right, last guess. Everybody get one in. Everybody get one in if you're getting one. All right, we are finished games for right now. We're going to come back. I'm going to come back to the main screen. Here we are. Hello, welcome back. Let me scroll up and say hello to anyone else who hopped in. I saw at least one first time today. Chat 9, welcome in. Good to see you. Hello. Who Let the Dogs Out originated as the popular sports chant in the mid-'80s at Austin's Reagan High School, evolving into a popular phrase used in various contexts before Trinidadian artist Anselm Douglas recorded it as Doggy in 1998, followed by the Baha Men's global hit in 2000. Fuck, the Baha Men, seriously. Forever. Forever. TFM on YouTube. Hello, welcome in. You run a great stream. Thank you. I don't run at all. I in fact do not run. It is not part of my regular exercise regimen. But stream, yes. Stream we do. Stream we do run. Occasionally. Okay. Joe says I hate running. I run when I need to catch the bus and when and that's it. I run when I need to catch the bus. When I hear the bus coming, you better believe I am sprinting. I am sprinting. TFM, I will not do that. Thank you, though, for the asking. We're not doing unprompted shout-outs on YouTube. So, yes. Anyway. Okay, where is that? There it is. Okay. We got it. Yes. Let me write down what I'm doing. The rest of the stuff. We have 1 pound. We have 1 16-ounce package orzo. 1 16-ounce package of, what is this? What did I get here? This is sausage. This is Italian chicken. Oh, whoops, I got chicken sausage. Oh well, I guess that's fine. 1 ounce package sausage. Basically any variety is fine. 1 15-ounce can of cannellini, beans with their water, and then 1 28-ounce can crushed tomatoes. That's all I have on the counter, right? Yeah. Roxy says, just don't ride the bus with that crazy lady who pepper sprayed a guy twice. Oh my God. Oh my God. Y'all, when I hike, this is like a sort of non sequitur. When I hike, I always carry bear spray. And I imagine that the first time I'll ever have to use that will not be on a bear. I imagine the first time that I ever have to use that will be on a human. Which is horrifying. But probably true. Okay. What do I want to do first? So first, I want to preheat the Dutch oven with olive oil. So this, sorry, toys. I think it was someone was who was. I saw it and then I saw it in chat and then I didn't actually address the Dutch oven situation. This is, hold on, who? Toys had mentioned the Dutch oven. Toys, this is a 3-quart, 6-quart. This is a 6-quart Dutch oven. I use this for basically everything. It is old and also not mine. This is a friend of mine's. He lent it to me in November of 2024. Command Drew in chat. That is my friend who lent this to me, DREW. He lent this to me as I was working on a chicken pot pie recipe. A 1-pot, like, Dutch oven chicken pot pie. And I was like, hey, you have that. I was like, you have a Dutch oven, right? Can I borrow that? And he was like, yeah. And they were just, he and his partner were just over our house on Thursday of last week, like right after stream ended, they came over. And I was like, hey man, do you ever want this Dutch oven back? And he was like, sure. He was like, do you use it? And I was like, I used it today. And he was like, just keep using it. It's fine. Like, I don't need it back. If I do need to use it for a recipe ever, I'll know where it is. The day that he asked for this back, I'm going to buy one for myself. Because this is now proven to be probably the most used pan in my kitchen. Over the past year, I have used this Dutch oven more than any other pan, and is that true? I think that's true. I would probably bet money on that. I probably use the sheet pans more, but that's not a pan. That's not what I'm talking about. I might use the big pot that I boil water in more. Maybe. Possibly. Raven, welcome in. Hello. I don't know what color that is. I would say that that's probably Kelly green. It's really faded. This is a Lodge brand. That makes a difference. Dates to the 70s. Amazing. I have a 6-quart Dutch oven that is mine, that I really love, that I've used for years, but it's a weird shape. It's not round. Like, this thing is lovely and works really well, but it's not round. It doesn't, when I use it on the stove, it doesn't distribute the heat evenly on both sides of it. Like, there's cold spots in it. That one is like round on the bottom and is like perfect heat distribution all around. So I love this Dutch oven. It's great. I love that one more. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. They're not children. I can have a favorite. And yes, I know that everyone has a favorite child as well, but like, you know, we're talking about pans here. Okay, let's get this meat. Let me start preheating the Dutch oven because that's what I want to do first. I also want to get my timer out so I can use that. And let's make sure that this camera works. It doesn't. It's frozen. See, I knew it would be frozen. I knew we couldn't just cut to it right away. So let's fix this camera real quick. All right. And we're gonna stay on this screen for a moment. Hold on, I need to turn that off. There we go. Okay, we're gonna stay on the screen for a moment while this heats up. Let me also, before I start any heat here, let me grind some pepper, because this is, I always get to the point in stream where I'm like, oh, I want pepper, and then I need to like grind it. And when I'm cooking for myself, I don't really care. I just like grind until it's done. Till there's enough pepper in there. Uncommon, that one would be good for the oven. No, you're right. The heat distribution in it is exactly what annoys me about it, but in the oven that wouldn't matter. Green egg grill. It does. It looks like a green egg. That's true. Probably uses the crock pot. Yeah, I love a Dutch oven because it maintains heat more than your regular just like pan. A 10-inch Griswold skillet from the 30s. Hell yeah, toys. I have a Lodge, a 9-inch, 9 or 10-inch Lodge skillet from the 40s that I use for camping. Revereware is old and half the handles are held on with nuts and bolts. That's kind of fun. A 24-inch skillet, that's massive. I think I don't know what size the largest one I have is, but it's not 24 inches. We're on that grind. No, Velos, that large one is, I don't know what the largest size they make is now, but the largest one I have, I've measured it before, but I never remember what it is. Like, I'll measure it again. I'll get it out. I'll show you in a second, but it's pretty large. It lives in the oven. That's one of the things that I look for anytime I go to a thrift store. I'm always looking for just a few small things, like a few things. One of them is cast iron cookware for sure. Not this most recent trip, but the one before that. Calvin and I came across a thrift store that had a really robust selection of cast iron stuff. It was all. It wasn't priced very well, meaning it was priced for like what you would buy it for on Etsy. It wasn't like a cheap find, you know? There was no savings there. But they had some interesting pieces. I did buy one. So let's see. Oh, it's on the stove. It's on the stove. It's right here. Yeah, this is the largest skillet that I have, which is a Wagner. 13 3/8 inches, it says. Made in the USA. Yeah, that's pretty substantial. So imagine another A 24-inch one would be so big. You would definitely need two hands to lift it. When this has food in it, I can't lift it with one hand. I'm not that strong. Strong enough to lift it one-handed like that, but not enough to lift it one-handed when it has anything in it. I showed you all this before, but for all the cast iron folks who are hanging out here, this is my most recent cast iron purchase. Deep dish, a 24-inch skillet for deep dish pizza, Raven? That's phenomenal. That would be amazing. Oh my God, that would be so good. That would be literally fantastic. A 24-inch deep dish pizza in a cast iron pan is unheard of. This is a waffle maker. It's a cast iron waffle maker. It's in two pieces. You have the ring that sits on the stove like this, or over a campfire or whatever. And then this opens, you pour your batter in it, you cook it, you cook it, you cook it, you pick it up off the burner, and you flip it. And it opens from either side too. Yeah, Ellie, I got this out near Lancaster. This was actually out, it was out near Elverson, Pennsylvania. So as I imagine you're familiar. But this was the most recent. I haven't actually used this yet. I meant to recently, and I didn't get around to it. It's all seasoned. I know that it works. So, I mean, I don't know that it works. I mean, I'm imagining that it works. It's fully seasoned and ready to go. In theory, it works. In practice, I will probably mess it up because that's what happens the first time you use a cast iron that you have never used before, and you're not sure how the heat all works on it. A glass lid on a Dutch oven. Fascinating, Broccoli. I have the glass lid is nice because you can see. It's not nice because then you can't use it to cook on. One of the things that I love about the camping Dutch ovens are when you can just flip the lid upside down and use it as a grill. So fun. Uncommon, I'm curious whether or not it does well with the waffles too. Okay, good. The camera's still on. I'm sure it does. I think that's a thing where I would have to make a little. I have to make some batter and like just try it a couple times, right? I imagine before it's like kind of correct. Okay, so we're gonna set this pan. I'm gonna put a tablespoon of olive oil. We're gonna set this pan to medium, which on my stove is a 4 out of 7. Medium's 3 to 4, right? I do want a fun fact about a skillet collection. I always want a fun fact about a skillet collection. Okay, what order did I say I wanted to do this? Meat, then onion and garlic, then orzo, then sauce, then beans. Toast, cook, probably a little bit more liquid than what is in these two cans. Okay. Whoop, got me on that one. Batter-based breakfast foods are finicky. Yeah, like just like you can't eat the first pancake, right? Like the first pancake is always not gonna be great. Generally speaking. Obi! Cat is climbing in the plant over there. Don't make me bring you on camera and show you. I know you don't like to be held. He does like to be held, just not by me. He loves being held by Calvin. Okay, meat first. So this is preheating. How do I open this meat? That's not an existential question, nor is it dirty. That was a literal, I'm trying to get into this package and I can't figure it out. Okay, how do I open it? With a knife. Okay, this is chicken sausage, so it's gonna cook a little differently. Maybe? I don't know. Does chicken sausage take any longer to cook than like regular sausage? Probably not, right? Okay, so let's add this into the pan. I added a tablespoon of olive oil, and now we're going to add a pound of chicken sausage. Oh my God. Well, a 60K oven range. That sounds like a robust oven range. Okay, that is a pound of chicken sausage in there. Let me wash my hands real quick before I get into this. And we're going to break this up and stir it. And when this is finished, we're going to take it out of the pan because I don't want this to be, I don't want it to overcook. Let's get, okay, I'm starting my timer. I should have started it already, but it's fine. We'll just add 30 seconds to it. So this is like sausage. So this has got seasoning in it already. If this was just plain ground pork, I would say to season it, but since it's already seasoned, we don't need to do that. We just need to cook it. And I want to cook this fully. I don't want, some recipes they'll tell you, like meat sauce recipes will be like, you know, cook the meat until it's brown, or till it's like opaque or not, you know, no longer pink, till you can't see any pink, but it's not browned yet. I want this to be ready to eat out of the pan because I'm gonna just have this go back in for the last like minute or two of cooking of the orzo. And I want this to be, because the sausage here is optional, right? I want this to be a standalone part of the recipe. So I don't want the onion in here. I also don't want the garlic in here. I just want you to cook the sausage. If you want sausage in here, I want you to be able to cook the sausage. And if you don't want the sausage in here, I want you to be able to follow the recipe from like step 2 without having to think about it any further. So instead of like cooking this in the sauce or finishing it in the sauce, I really just want this to be like a completely and wholly separate part of the process. That's my thinking here. That's a lot of skillets, Raven. That's 10 skillets that are between 10 and 4 inches. Or it's 10 and 6 inches. Good Lord. I don't think I've ever made a skillet cookie. Is there a difference? Can you just... I have cookie dough in the fridge. I have like a log of Toll House cookie dough that I haven't cooked yet. Should I make a skillet cookie today? Should I do that? How do I do that? Can I just put the whole log in the skillet and cook it in the oven? Is that like what we do? Susan, welcome in. Refried beans. I could be. I have some in the cabinet. So for a skillet cookie, like, okay, now I'm like really thinking about this because I've been wanting to make this stupid log of cookie dough that's been in my fridge for like a month now. Do I just like smash it into a skillet and put it in the oven and like wait till it's done? That's got to be it, right? Like it can't be more complicated than that. Okay, I'm turning the oven on. We're making a skillet cookie. I'm now like this is the vibe now. We're just doing what people want. We're giving the people what they want today, which is ground sausage in a pan. No, I'm just kidding. It's cookies. It's always cookies. So, well, thank you for the shout out for Ellie. Friends, if you would like a fellow food and drink streamer, fellow creative human, someone who is very good at both the streaming side of the thing and the like technical admin side of the thing, I want you to go follow Ellie Face there on the internet. There's a link to that in the Twitch chat. She is an original on Twitch, one of the folks that has been doing this for a long time and is consequently pretty good at it. And has the longest running cooking show on Twitch. You make the homemade dough, Raven. Yeah, I mean, I have a literal log of cookie dough. I bought it because I was like, at one point, Gwen was like, can't we just get like cookies that are made from like a log of cookie dough? And I was like, sure. And I bought it, and then no one ever made it. I was like, so you also want me to make the cookies? Got it. Okay. So I'm just going to make them. We'll make them today. We're going to stuff them in a skillet and just see what happens. Maybe we'll use the big skillet. I don't know. It's a pretty big log. Da 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 da. Pun fully intended. Okay, let's. This looks relatively finished. I'll give this another like minute just to be sure. I've been stirring it and breaking it apart. You missed some happenings. Oh, it does happen. I see. So now that I figured out how to do things, it's like before when the Twitch chat was more manageable. It's still extremely manageable, generally speaking. Okay, this looks pretty good. This is we're at 6 minutes here. I would say this is finished. I'm breaking apart the larger chunks and not seeing any pink. So I'm going to call it 6 minutes it is. And we're going to put this we're going to put this to the side. I'm going to put this to the side over here. I'm going to come back over to the counter for a moment and just put this in a little bowl. I'm not going to put it on a paper towel. I get annoyed when recipes are like, drain the thing or like, put them on a paper towel, because the fat is like part of it. It makes it like the fat, any fat that comes off of here. One, this is chicken, so like not a ton of fat. Not a ton, but any fat that comes off of here, I want to go right back into my dish when I'm done. So that, to me, draining it to me is, I don't really ever want to do that. I like the fat in the dish, and I think it's delicious. All right, we are going to switch our stirring implement though, because the stirring implement I used for raw meat. So let's write down what we did there though. Brown sausage until cooked through, breaking apart. About 6 minutes. First off, I put a cast iron 1 tablespoon olive oil, medium, preheat. Okay, we did it. A quarter of the skillet height. Okay, that's good to know. So I'll take a look at the thing and we'll see if it fits. Haven't caught cheese streaming in a while. This is the time of year where a lot of folks are in, I at least it seems like to me from observing sort of who's been live and like what's been happening online, that it seems to be a time of year where a lot of folks are like coming out of the holidays and making transitions, either personal or professional or like just like energy wise. So I've definitely seen, I've seen like I've seen less of some people streaming, and I've seen more new folks, at least new to me, recently. I've caught like a couple folks that are streaming in food and drink who I haven't ever seen before recently, which I do kind of love. I always love seeing new folks in the food and drink space. Okay, so we're gonna take that Dutch oven and we're gonna set that to medium again. Set aside. Okay. 1 tablespoon olive oil, medium. We're gonna do the onion. Then garlic, then orzo, onion, garlic, then orzo. Hold on. I'm going to hold off for just a second. We have a cat. Do you all want to see a cat? Oh, we have a cat who wants to be seen. We have a cat friend who wants to be seen. We have an Obi with us today. Bet you didn't think that was coming. Obi's not usually the first cat that we see of the day. Obi's usually Obi is less often seen. Daisy's also right here. She's literally right here. Obi is hanging out. Look at him. Here he is. Hey, bud. The rare Obi sighting first. Obi got his claws clipped yesterday. He didn't want that, but it happened, and it was needed because he had razor sharp claws. Didn't you? Yes, you did, bud. Yes, you did. Yeah. Okay.
I'm in danger.
He's ready to get, yeah. He did. Now he has very blunt claws. Very blunt. Yes. Time for you to get down. You're giving me a little bit of his muscles start twitching when he wants to get down. You ready? You're done with this, huh? Yeah. Reminds you of a Clementine. He's a sweet boy. He's a very sweet boy. He fell asleep and okay. Yes, good. The bunny feet. He fell asleep with Calvin last night. They were cuddling, and Obi was in there asleep. It was very cute. I love this shirt, but it picks up fur like basically instantly. Okay, we got it. Fudge Charlie, welcome in. Hello. I'm great. Today's a slow day. We're doing like normal kitchen stuff. Broccoli, you've been distracted. I'm sorry to hear about your mom being in the hospital. That is upsetting and not a good way to spend the holidays. Uncommon, you might throw your hat a little more often now. Please do. It would be great. And of course, if you are interested and you want to you continue and you want to get a little bit more community, we have the where is it? There's a link to the Food and Drink Creator Club in chat that would be more than welcome. You'd be more than welcome to come hang out with a bunch of other food and drink streamers. And anyone who's streaming food and drink, there's a link in chat to the Food and Drink Creator Club, which is like a formal Twitch club. It is like a literal direct connection to the folks at Twitch for the benefit of anyone who streams into the category. So it's worth joining, even if you stream food and drink, like, you know, once or twice a month, if that. Lots of folks are there willing to support you, willing to give you advice or tips. Often the things that come up, like Dana's Kitchen is doing Food Fright right now. Chef John is doing a whole other food programming with members of the community. Those are all being organized through that creator club. So it's a good space if you are interested in sort of taking part in the broader food and drink community. So hopefully, you know, if you're hearing that and it sounds enticing to you, feel free to click the link in chat and sign up for that. Broccoli, I'm sorry to hear about your feline friends. One of the hardest parts of having a pet is knowing that your lifespan is going to be in a world where the expected happens. Your lifespan is going to be longer than theirs, and that's an unavoidable and sad fact. Caretaker, they must see us as immortals. Completely, right? Like, you know, according to Daisy, I've only, like, we got her as a puppy and she's 13 now. Dogs her age are rare. Her breed getting to her age is not rare, but she's old. She's a very elderly dog. And yet, yeah, I mean, I've changed 13 years in that time, but what's that? You know, what's that to her? That's her whole life. And that's kind of wild. Which is why we owe it to be as kind and gentle and nice with our animals as possible. Speaking of our animals, we have another cat who is making its way to the counter here. Okay, we got a bonus cat. We have another one. We have another one. 9, you're competing in the... Wait, you're doing Factual Foodie, right? That's on Sunday. This is Elsie, and she does not want to be held right now. Elsie's pissed. She did not want to be grabbed. She's like, Dad, please let me down. Please let me down. She's so annoyed. She's so annoyed. Okay. This is a good girl, though. Elsie, you're adored. She said, I know, but I wish to not be perceived. Okay, she's done. She's finished. Okay, hold on. Again. Calvin picked up all the cats before school this morning, and he was wearing a black sweatshirt, and he was walking out the door. I was like, come here. I'm gonna lint roll you. Come here. I can't send you to school looking like that. That's not a thing. We're not doing that. There's a third cat somewhere around. We haven't seen Ash yet today, but they're all around now. They're all starting to come around. 9, good luck with your time on stream. John's great too. He's fun to like interact with as a human. Elsie is the leader of the 3 cats. She's the She's the smartest and boldest of the three, and it's not close. Caretaker, I know. When we do Cookie Club, right? I lock them in the basement before I clean the kitchen, and they're not allowed out until after the kitchen is not in use anymore. When I do Cookie Club, it's my worst nightmare that someone would be like, there's a giant pile of cat fur in one of my cookies. And I'm like, Princess Donut, Dr. Hex Mikey. I'm not familiar, but I love that you have an association. Yeah, Caretaker. I was just like, I can't, from a visual perspective, I can't let you go to school looking like this. My pride says no. Okay, we're reheating. We're starting with this pan again. Let's see if this camera works. Are we on? Oh, look at that, it worked. Okay, we're heating. We're gonna do the onions. We're gonna start the timer on this. And this is warm. Yeah, this is warm. Is it warm? Yeah, warm enough. Okay. We start the onions, start the timer. And we're just gonna stir these. I wanna let these cook for maybe 5 or so minutes. So I'm not taking anything out of this pan now. We're finished taking things out of the pan. We're now just building the rest of this dish on top of everything. So, yeah, so we're gonna just gonna let this go. I'm gonna get out this cookie dough thing because otherwise I'll probably end up forgetting to do that, and then I'll end stream and I'll be like, damn it, I really meant to do that. So we're gonna literally get this log out and set it on the counter. Time check. 14:49. All right, we're doing really well. So this dish, I'm going to finish today, as in like finish making it. We're going to try it, obviously, because, you know, that needs to happen. But one of the things that I want to do with this is package it up and put it in the fridge for like 2 days and then try it again in its leftover form. So that I also, because when I have time to do that with new dishes I'm working on, I love to sort of know how to treat the leftovers, whether or not the leftovers are going to need additional liquid in them, as many pastas do. They dehydrate. So I do have time for this recipe to be able to sort of suss some of that out. So I'm making it today, but this is not going to be dinner today. Often it is, but that's not the case in this instance. Over 30 skillets, Raven, that's so many skillets. I do love that fact. I do not have that many skillets. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 skillets, and 1, 2, 3, 4 Dutch ovens. I guess if you count the little teeny tiny skillets that I have 8. But I don't really count them because I don't use them. They're decorative. Or rather, they're non-functional. They're functional, but like... They're functional, but like, let's be real, y'all. What would you cook in that? It's tiny. You would cook 1 cookie. I have cooked a very small Dutch baby in that. Okay, so about we're at 3.5 minutes. Maybe 4. Let's go to 4, and then we'll dump the garlic in. Cook that for a minute, and then we'll put the orzo in. So I haven't put any seasoning in here yet. This is just salt, or this is just onion. Right size for a fried egg. You could cook a little teeny fried egg in there. It wouldn't be like a nice crispy edge fried egg because it's not, there'd be too much egg. Okay, 4 minutes, then garlic, and then 1 minute farther. And then we're gonna put the orzo, and we're gonna toast that for like 3 or 4 minutes. Oh, smells good. Command smells good. Does that still work? I wonder if that command still works. It should. Okay, so that was 4 minutes for the onion, then garlic for 3, then, oh, it does. Amazing. And then the orzo, that is, okay, we're at 5 total minutes right now. We're just starting to stick to the pot, so 5 minutes. In goes the orzo. And we're going to toast this for, let's see. I'm going to incorporate the garlic and onion into the orzo. I'm going to toast this for a good, like, 3, maybe 4 minutes or so. And then I'm going to put the sauce and the bean water in at the same time, I think. Yeah, same time. So once this starts to get a little toasty and sticky, so once I start seeing some browning on here, now I'm getting some fond on the bottom. This will all come off when I put the sauce in here. So I'm not worried about that. Boris, welcome. So I'm at 1 minute for the orzo. Man, Raven, that's amazing. That is one of the really nice things about cast iron is the ability to just like keep using it forever. And like even if you really mess up the patina on it, you can still just fix it. It's not like it's messed up forever. Like you just re-season it. Just really great. Okay, now I haven't changed the heat on here at all. So I'm still using the same heat as when I cooked the sausage and the onion and the garlic. It's all the same. Now this is getting a little bit browner. I could see some darker. I should have kept like a little pinch of this to the side. Actually, hold on. I have a second bag of this. You can see the color of this is a little different than the original. Now, obviously, it's got some olive oil in there, which is kind of pushing that. But this is slightly darker in color, slightly, what's the term I'm looking for? Golden. it's more golden in color. Now, I don't have any, there's no oil left on the bottom of this pan. But any of the liquid that was in here, the orzo has already started to absorb. So that's 3.5 minutes. So we'll do the orzo for 4 min until golden. Okay, and garlic. So we did the garlic for 1 minute, not 3. Okay. It's gonna be golden. Yes, I get the reference. Okay, so at 4 minutes, which this is, we're gonna add our tomato sauce. We're gonna stir that first, just a little, the first little bits in here to deglaze. And this is the part where I'm a little bit uncertain on how much additional liquid I need to include. Because when you cook the orzo, generally speaking, okay, so first let's just start a timer. Okay, just start a timer here. I'm gonna leave this on the same temperature. Same temperature out of 4, because this is going to heat, and it's not boiling, it's not water, so I don't want this to boil per se. I do want it to heat all the way through. So I'm also going to add the beans at this point, along with their can, all of the liquid in the can. I'm going to stir those in. I'm going to make sure that everything is like well incorporated. And I'm going to let this simmer. I'm going to keep this at the same temperature it's at right now for 10, let's do 12 minutes. This isn't quite hot yet. So it's going to take a little longer than 12. But when you cook orzo in boiling water, it takes about, according to the package directions, it takes 12 minutes. So let's cook this at this temperature for, let's cook this at this temperature for 12 minutes and just see what happens. It's going to be, I'm going to need to season this. So at some point I will need to, I need to taste this and season it, but I'm not going to do that just yet until the orzo is cooked through. Basically, once I season it, once the orzo is cooked through, I should have tasted the sauce before putting the orzo in. But I know that it needs to be seasoned, and it's literally just onion and garlic and the same Jersey Fresh tomato sauce that I always use for basically everything. So I know that it needs seasoning. Very keenly aware that it needs seasoning. But I want to let the orzo cook through and then try it. And once the orzo's cooked and I've got like a sort of baseline for, hey, this is what it tastes like unseasoned, I'm probably going to add, it'll probably end up being like a teaspoon of kosher salt to this. Creme delish, welcome in, friend. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, this is basically going to absorb. Ideally the orzo cooks into like a stew type consistency. You can see a little Daisy cameo going by. There she goes. We have the only reason I want to keep stirring this is to keep it from sticking to the bottom. I do think this is probably going to take about 15 minutes or so to cook completely. Maybe a little bit more because it's not boiling. Yeah, because it's not boiling, because it's not 12 minutes in like fully hot boiling water. I think right now the consistency is pretty good. Catastrophe, that looks flavorful. Thank you. I hope it is. It will definitely, as I mentioned, it will definitely need seasoning, but it is sort of we're gonna let it ride right now and then see what happens. If I need to add, it's very steamy, so I may need to add like a half a cup of water to this, which I was anticipating needing to do. But I'd love to not have to do that, if possible. But like, we'll see. I think at 12 minutes, this orzo is not going to be anywhere close to cooked. So I feel like we're going to need a little bit of additional time here, which is fine. If that's the case, if this goes longer than, what's my cutoff point? How much time am I at right now? I'm at 15 total minutes right now. That includes the onion and no, that is, yeah, that's the onion. That does not include the meat. But if I get past like 20 minutes just cooking the orzo, I'm going to need to make a change to this. Whether that change is to add more liquid to this and make it I see, the thing is, I'm cooking this a little slow, a little on medium at like a lower temp, longer time, because I really don't want to add too much additional liquid to this pot. I want to have it be really just the sauce that gets absorbed into the orzo, but that might not be possible because I also want to keep this recipe under 30 minutes of total time. And if the orzo cooking starts pushing that time too high, then I'm going to end up with it being a lot longer than I want the recipe to take. So if that's the case, I will probably add more liquid to this and have it be a higher temperature because it'll steam off. But it'll also cook quicker if it's hotter. No funnel, right? Yeah, no funnel. Just pouring it right in. The little steam poofs are so fun. They make great sounds too. Just like poof. Okay, but this is a stew. I'm still calling this a stew. It's still on a medium heat. I haven't adjusted the heat on this at all. So since the beginning, it's just been on a 4. Tomato, sauce, beans, and liquid. Okay, at this point, I'm going to add salt. I'm going to need to add salt in here. And let's not forget that I have sausage going back in here. So this is good on its own, plus it will end up with some sausage. So you do just need to keep stirring this, and I can see the liquid is just almost gone in here. I feel like we're at 8.5 minutes, And I do think I'm going to end up needing to add a quarter to a half cup of liquid to this. We're gonna let this ride until, like I said, we're gonna let this ride until 12 minutes. So we got another, it's at 9 right now, so we got 3 minutes left. Once this hits 12 minutes, we're gonna try the orzo and see how it goes. We're gonna see how it was, or how it is, whether or not it's even cooked through all the way. I don't know if it will be. We'll see. We'll see. TFM, welcome back. But yeah, basically you really do have to just keep stirring this, or else it will stick. Or else it will stick to the bottom. It's once the liquid is gone and it's just starting to be, see, like, yeah, once the liquid is gone and it's just like tomato solids, mainly solids left, I can feel the little like pieces being sticky on the bottom now. And the consistency is definitely way more viscous than it was when I started. Okay, so I know that I'm going to need to add liquid to this, but for the sake of experiment, we're going to give this another, it's at 10 minutes and 20 seconds. We're going to give this another minute and 40 seconds before I add anything to this. When I do add something to this, I'm going to add vegetable broth. What I will say is in a final version of this recipe, I will add the broth. I will add any liquid that's going in right now at the beginning of this process, as opposed to adding it at the 12th minute. Because obviously it will cook, you know, it'll cook the same. Okay, we're at 11 minutes. And then I think I have another thing of vegetable broth in the back here. I do. Okay, so we're going to add a half a cup of liquid at a time here. And I'm basically going to cook this until I think the orzo is finished. And we're going to see how much liquid I end up adding to this. So 30 more seconds. We're at 11 minutes and 30 seconds. We're going to try this at 12 minutes. And just see how much longer the orzo needs to cook. Because it's pasta. I mean, it's possible that it could be finished, but it's unlikely. Oh, he's beef stew. That's really funny, broccoli. Okay, 12 minutes. Let's get a spoon and we're going to give this a little, just a quality control check here. I'm going to take some of these orzo off the top because I just stirred it. And let's see where we're at. Finished wise? No, nowhere near cooked. Well, not nowhere near. We're halfway done. So I'm going to add a cup of liquid to that. Because that needs to absorb quite a bit more liquid than what's available in that pot in order to be finished. So I'm going to add a cup of liquid to this, and we're just going to keep cooking this. I'm going to check it every about 4 minutes or so. I think that's going to be the move. And like I said, once I hit the point where this is actually finished, I will add the total liquid at the beginning instead, and that will end up making it cook. It'll end up helping it cook a little faster. So I think I'm going to need more liquid than that, just generally speaking. Yeah, that orzo is not quite there yet. I also, what I will probably do in the final version of this recipe is put the lid on it, which will retain some of the heat and the moisture better. Because if I, it's steamy. It's a steamy pot over there, and if I if I put the lid on it, the steam will stay inside. I'm gonna get another half cup of broth ready to go here. Now, again, I'm gonna say that you can use water here. I'm not gonna call for broth. This is a use it up meal, so I'm trying to make sure that I just use up things in the fridge. When I do test this, again, with like the final timings and all, and that variant, I will test it exactly as written. So let's see. How much liquid did we had? Added liquid 1. I added 1 cup to this so far. So I said I want to check it about every 4 minutes. So 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So in 1 minute, I'm going to check this again. So I said I don't want to get over 20 minutes of cooking time here total for this, for the orzo specifically. So if this ends up getting to 20 minutes, which would be an additional 8 minutes beyond the initial timing, I think what I will end up doing is making this recipe where you add all of the additional liquid up at the front, like right at the beginning of the cooking process. You turn it up just a little bit and you put the lid on. I think that would be the move, because I want it to cook all the way, obviously, but I also don't want it to take, 30 minutes to cook pasta. That's not ideal. So we're at just about to be at 16 minutes. We're going to try another little bite of this. And I really just want to try the orzo, not the, I don't need to try the beans. The beans are hot and cooked. Okay. That should take about another 4 minutes. It's cooking very slowly, but it is cooking. It also definitely needs to be seasoned. I'm going to add another cup of liquid to that pot, because that liquid is pretty much gone. Now, the orzo is a pasta, even though it looks like a rice, and it does absorb liquid as it cooks. So when I add the liquid in here, it's just going away, and then it's cooking a little better. So that is, I'm not worried about adding, ultimately, I'm not that worried about adding too much liquid here. I will end up doing a different process for the final version of this recipe. So that is definitely true. What I usually do when I'm testing something or creating something for the first time, I don't like to make significant adjustments midstream. And I know it's midstream in the terms of this stream that I am currently conducting on Twitch and YouTube. Please like and subscribe, or follow, whatever is your preference. When I say I don't like to adjust midstream, what I mean is that I'm cooking this at a medium heat right now. I'm not going to just all of a sudden add, 3 cups of liquid to this and turn it up all at once. I'm going to maintain my sort of progression, and then once I know whether or not that worked, or how that worked, or how well that worked, we're going to adjust based on the outcome of that process. That process that I stuck with, in this case, lower and slower heat, and I will, as I said, I will add all the liquid at the beginning next time, but I'm trying not to add too much right now. If I do add too much, I'll just cook it a little bit longer. Hey, Broccoli, thank you for your subscription. I appreciate you. Thank you for using your Prime sub here. If you're on Twitch, you can hit the Prime subscribe button. I'm pointing to it right now. It's like right here, right on the screen. There's a little star if you're on the desktop. You can also hit the subscribe button and use your Prime subscription on Amazon. If you're an Amazon Prime member, you get a free subscription to any channel on Twitch every single month. You get to give it out every month to whoever you want. And Broccoli, thank you for sharing your Prime sub with me this month. I appreciate it. If you have a Prime sub to share, I would appreciate that too. I would also appreciate any subscriptions. And as I have not mentioned it in a while, follows are silent. Fudge Charlie, thank you for your Prime sub. I appreciate you too. Thank you for taking just a little bit of money off of Amazon's plate. I appreciate you. We have a pasta stew over here. Okay, this is 20 minutes now. We're at 20 minutes, so let's give this a try again. We're plorping and plopping over here, so that's a good sign. As long as it doesn't spray me while I'm trying to get some orzo out of here. Okay. Hey, thank you for the bits. Thanks for the cheers. Cheers. Try it. Not quite. Not quite. Okay, just a few more minutes there. And which is annoying because I said I wanted to get to 20 minutes. I don't want to get past 20 minutes, but here we are. So let's give this another, again, we're going to keep checking it every 4 minutes. I do think that turning up the heat a little bit, adding all the liquid at once, turning up the heat a little bit, and putting the lid on is going to make a big difference here. I'm going to add another half cup of liquid to this. I also think that adding all the liquid at once will help it. It will end up absorbing quicker because we got to the end of that first couple minutes there, and this looked really dry and not the consistency that I wanted it to. So that will do it. That should be the last bit of liquid because this is slightly soupier than I want it to be, but we're going to give this another 2 minutes here, and it should be about right. So that's 2.5 cups of additional liquid that I put in that pot since adding the sauce. I still have not yet salted it, and as I'm tasting it, I'm like, it continues to need salt. So the couple things that I sort of don't have dialed in on the first pass at a recipe are obviously how much salt to add, when to add it, and cooking times. The volume of ingredients here is great. A pound of orzo, a can of sauce, a can of beans, you know, a medium onion, cloves of garlic. Like that part's straightforward. I'm not going to change that in the next recipe or the next version of this. What I am working on is like the timing and the actual process, and making sure that this is functionally, you know, less than a 30-minute recipe from start to finish. That's the goal here. The goal here in general. I think once this is pretty good, We're going to add the meat back in. We're going to simmer it for like another minute or two, and that'll be it. So once that orzo is finished, this is really finished as far as the process of the dish goes. So it's a good. We're at 27 minutes. Broccoli, thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Did you know that bits and donations are PayPal like type donations are the literal best way to support your favorite live streamer? Because Twitch doesn't take 50% of the bits. They don't take any of the direct donations, but they do not take any of the bits. Bits are transferred as is. So you give 100 bits, the streamer gets 100 bits worth of bits. They don't get 52% or 52 bits. That's not how it works. Which is great. And I appreciate all the bits. Okay, we're going to try this again. We're at 24 minutes. So this is really plopping along up here. I'm kind of like, I'm taking a risk even putting my arm over this thing. Broccoli, yes, Twitch does charge you tax when you purchase the bits, which is I think where they, I don't know if they make their money on that. What they do, they make their money because the bits sit in a wallet for a while, and they just have your money. You've given them money, but they haven't, I don't know. Okay, still needs a little bit more time. Still needs a little bit more time. We're waiting. We're gonna get to 28 minutes. Now orzo it's slowly coming along. Because it's not in like a rolling pot of like boiling water, it's taking quite a bit longer, which is fine. I mean, it's cooking in tomato sauce too. So it's cooking at a lower temperature in the sauce. It's an interest-free loan. Exactly. That's pretty much what I was trying to say. It is a way for them to have and hold your money without needing to do anything with it. Aha. That's where these went. I was looking for these the other day. They were in the wrong drawer. Okay, we're going to add to this at our next go round. I'm going to add a teaspoon of salt and half a teaspoon of pepper. I'm just putting those in a little crock right now. So we're almost there, y'all. This is a work in progress. And obviously this is coming along because if you recall what the orzo looked like at the beginning of this, it was certainly not this big. It has expanded greatly in size. And one of the notes that I want to have in here is when you stir this to scrape the bottom of the pot. Okay, we're at 28 minutes. I'm going to add my salt. I'm going to add some pepper in here. I'm going to incorporate that, and then I'm going to test this orzo again. Because we're definitely at the point where this sauce is, it needs to be seasoned. I don't want to add much. I don't really want to add more liquid here. Unless I really need to. If this is like, let's see. I just keep going back to it, and like it's incrementally, it's cooking much slower than I want it to, but it is getting there. And I'm reluctant to add too much more liquid, if any, to this, if I really don't have to. Maybe another half a cup. Okay. That right there, that is the right consistency. Maybe like another minute or two farther. I do not need to add any more liquid. That was 28 minutes. Okay, we're gonna add the sausage back into here, along with any accumulated juices. Just a few. I'm gonna stir that in. Then we're gonna give a final like seasoning evaluation here. Definitely needs more salt than what I added. That sausage like barely registered. Doesn't even look like it. It doesn't look like I added anything to this. That's really funny. Okay. Yeah, this is right here. It is a good consistency. So I think my process of adding the liquid little by little and not making a guess up front was a good one, because this is what I want. It's like, if you squint hard enough, this might be a stew. All right, that certainly needs more seasoning than that. I'm going to put another teaspoon of salt in there and another half a teaspoon of pepper. So that's 2 teaspoons of salt, 1 teaspoon of pepper total. Now, this is also a thing that I will change in the final. I will add the salt and pepper when I add the tomato sauce in here. So the orzo itself will taste a little saltier, as well as, yeah, the orzo itself will taste saltier because it will cook in liquid that is salted. Okay, one final test here. This is still, the heat is still on here. But obviously things have calmed down a little bit because there's not as much liquid left in here. So last little bit here. Okay, that is finished. That was a very satisfied, Okay, let's take this off the stove. I'm gonna bring it over here to the counter. I'm gonna take a picture of it in the Dutch oven. I'll take a picture of, what do I want to do? Yeah, I want to take a picture of it in the Dutch oven. I also want to figure out what the serving size is for this. At least a rough serving size. And we'll figure out we'll confirm the serving size at the next, when I test this again. I'll probably test this again next week. For right now, this looks pretty good. I don't have the cats are fucking fighting like crazy over there. Seafilms, welcome in. Howdy. I love orzo broccoli. It's one of my favorite pastas. And it's funny, it's something I not argue, but my partner likes to give me grief about orzo not being a pasta. She's like, it's not a pasta, it looks like rice. I'm like, it's not. It's a pasta. It's just, just looks like rice. That's true. Like I'm not gonna tell you it doesn't look like rice. Was a Dutch oven created by the Dutch? I have no idea. Genuinely no idea where the terminology comes from. Couscous is pasta too? Is it really? Honestly, no, had no idea. Okay, here's what we're gonna do though, because we're working on a recipe. Part of that is determining like serving size and how many servings are in a thing, right? We're gonna do this. We're gonna take our what does this bowl weigh? This bowl weighs 274 grams. We're going to write that on the bottom. Every once in a while, we have to rewrite the weight on the bottom because the dishwasher takes care of that. Okay, so we're going to put all of this into here so I know how much the whole thing weighs. Then we're going to take that number and divide it by 4, and then divide it by 6, and then by 8. And we're going to see what those look like to determine if this is how many servings this is going to be. So this is the part where I dirty dishes just for the sake of measuring it. But it is part of it. And it all goes in the dishwasher anyway. Not the Dutch oven, but it could go in the dishwasher. It's dishwasher safe, but like doesn't always get clean the way I want it to be clean from the dishwasher. Just gonna make sure I get all of it. And the couple bites that I took out of here are a marginal amount of unaccounted for food. So let's get all of this in here. Okay, final number, 2,334 grams. 2,334 grams. That's 82.35 ounces. So, have the calculator. 2334 divided by 6, 389 grams. Okay. 389. Let's see what a 389 gram serving looks like. Basically, I want a serving to be like this bowl, not mounded up, but like this is supposed to be a whole meal, right? With like a little bit of bread. So I don't want to shortchange anybody. 389. And thank you for hanging out today. I hope you have a good rest of your afternoon and evening, or day, as we could collectively refer to it. That's 267. Okay, 389 is 340, 381. Okay, 402. Not a little much. 390. Okay, 390 I can deal with. 390 is good. That is a serving, right? Does this seem, I feel like this is a good, if I was going to eat a bowl of pasta, that would be pretty filling. This is not spaghetti. This is like a giant, this is a big old bowl of pasta. So that is a very generous serving. I would say. So 389 grams, how many ounces is that? 13 ounces, 13.75 ounces. So let's just say 389 grams, 13.75 ounces, 6 servings. For the sake of comparison, let's see what we would do. Okay. I'm going to put this in a glass measuring cup, and we're going to measure how many cups that is. Because science. Because science. I'm also going to measure what 8 servings would look like. Because if you wanted to serve it as a side dish, that would also be a possibility, but you would certainly want less of it. So if you're serving it as a side to portion it out, how many portions would you be able to get out of one recipe is sort of the goal. Okay, so that is 1.5 cups. So say I was doing this total volume by 8, 2334 divided by 8 is 291 grams. So, shit, I forgot to take a picture of it in the full serving size, or in the 6-part serving size. I'm just gonna do that again. Okay, we're gonna do, I'm just moving this back and forth between bowls here. But this is part of it. This is like, how do you figure out what a serving looks like? You weigh it and you decide how many servings it's going to be. In this case, I think this is a good amount of, for me, this would be a serving. Like 1 serving would be this bowl of pasta. 6 of those per batch is the sort of the net of it. So this is a 6 servings worth. All right, Zach, hello, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. Hope you're having a good one. It's I haven't yet messed up. I haven't yet said when happy Tuesday. I'm being very conscious of it. All right, so we have, let's see. Let's turn that into, how do I do this? Let's turn that into a negative number. Plus 389. 90, sorry, I have to take 97 grams out of this bowl. Let's take 97 grams out of here. Science! That was too many grams. 87. 92. Almost there. 94. 100. 98. Okay, we did it. All right. Let's, now this is 6 servings, or 8, sorry, this is 8. If there was 8, it would be this, which is slightly less, but not a ton less. This is about maybe a cup and a quarter, maybe a little more than that. I don't know if I'm going to be able to see much of a difference between that. It wasn't a ton, but I mean, it was not nothing. So we're still gonna measure it. Okay, that is actually, yeah, that's about a cup or so. which actually is about right. So 8 is 291 grams. All right, we did it. We did it. So I'm gonna eat this now that I've transferred it back and forth between the bowl and the cup and the Dutch oven like a number of times. Let's taste it and see what's what here. And then we're gonna make some adjustments on my recipe. Or I'm gonna make some notes on this recipe so that I know how to write this better for the next one. Let's clean up the counter here for just a second first. Oh, I almost just poked myself in the eye with my fucking pen. That's annoying. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. It is 15:43 right now. The next thing that we're gonna do on stream is we're gonna put a cookie in the oven. We're gonna put a skillet cookie in the oven. Actually, we're gonna do focaccia prep, and then we're gonna put a skillet cookie in the oven. Okay, here's what we made so far. Or not so far, but this is recipe test number 1 for the pasta stew. It doesn't look wonderful, but it's pretty good. This is orzo pasta with white beans and ground sausage, onions, garlic, and salt and pepper, a little bit of vegetable stock, and that is it. Not a ton of ingredients in here. It's liquidy. It was a lot more liquidy when I finished it than it is right now. It absorbed even more liquid as it sat. This is really delicious though. And cooking the pasta in the sauce, like all that starchiness, it's sticky. Like this is a very sticky like consistency. I think I would like it to be a little bit more liquidy than this. But I'm not going to complain. Seasoning wise, I want more pepper. I always want more pepper. I want heat in this too. I would add like crushed red pepper to this. And I'm going to, just to see. It will be more colorful with black beans. It's true. It's very white. It's very like mono color. Lady Lyra, welcome in. Hopefully you're cooking something nice today or fun. If it's not fun, I hope it's at least easy. And if it's not easy, I hope that it is interesting. That is wonderful. Fellows, burying the fucking lead. Fellas, congratulations. That's incredible. That is incredible. Ginger, welcome in. Hello. Rob, welcome. Good to have you. Oh, wait, hold on. It's not scrolling. There it is. I swear. We're not having technical issues today. There it is. Rob, welcome in. Watsy, welcome in. RevTech, welcome. Dark Lord Snuggles, hello. Hippie Dave, welcome in. Wood Dragon Philip, hello. Tinkerboard. Tinkerboard, welcome in. Kathy, hello. Take me through the gate. Good to see you. Double S Loco, welcome in. Hello, friends. Hold on, I missed somebody. Wait, there it is. Okay, it works. It works. It's working. Ginger, hello. How are you? Happy Wednesday. We did it. We made it. We made it to Wednesday. T-Boats, welcome in. Chef Larry, welcome in. Big Girly of Elvis, I'm doing wonderful. Thank you. I appreciate you asking. I hope you're well too. Lord Velas, we're going to pin that thought for just a second. You're in stereo. I have the YouTube stream on the TV. Amazing. There's a link to that in chat if your preference is YouTube. Please feed me. We just made a giant pot of pasta stew. Big Girly of Elvis, can I be super basic and say blue suede shoes? I can. I'm allowed to say that, but like, it's the first one that comes to mind, which I know is like, you're probably just like, this guy, get him out of here. Which, valid. I will see myself out eventually when we do raid. Friends who were, let me talk to the folks who were hanging out here. So if you just raided in, one housekeeping note. Follows are silent, so there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no on-stream visuals if you hit the follow button. I'm not going to say hi to you. It's just a quiet follow, because that's what I personally prefer when I follow a new stream. So if you are like me and are more of a lurker, then please feel free to hit the follow button and know that I'm not going to like call you out for it and nothing's going to happen. Anyway, friends who are hanging out here, I would like to encourage you to follow Gingerbread Beauty, who has a place on the fridge. We have a magnet, a fridge magnet that lives up here. Whose stream I was lurking on yesterday for a while. Ginger is does a variety of things. I don't know if you would refer to yourself as a variety streamer. I would refer to Ginger as a community-based streamer, meaning like the community and the folks that hang out there are really important. She does a great job like engaging and chatting with people and like meeting people where they are and showing like talking to anybody who is in chat that day, which is always impressive. Has lots of games, has a lot of like giveaways and prizes and ways that you can take part in the stream. Like there's a lot of buttons to push and not in a like you're pushing my fucking buttons kind of way, but like that too. But like there's a lot of things to do there as you hang out. She also streams super regularly during the daytime and has a very regular schedule. So if you're a schedule-oriented person such as myself, that's always appreciated. So please go follow Gingerbread Beauty. I always appreciate you sharing folks here. Thank you for bringing friends through. Fun buttons, exactly. Friends who did just join us, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I'm a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I also do recipe testing. I'm a parent, thus the dad's aspect of the thing. I live in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, East Coast, United States, for those who are not familiar. And if you're outside the United States, please stop me. My pronouns are he, they. I'm really happy that y'all are here. Our stream is all about cooking. We're also very conversational. I often get derailed by like someone in chat saying something to me and being like, oh, let me go off on a tangent, which is what we're doing next. So stick with it. Mostly vegetable forward family meals. I also do I do some baking. I do some meal prep. I do prep for trips that I'm going on. And often we're out in the world doing IRL stuff in the city of Philadelphia and beyond. We do like to chat here too. Lots of folks in chat are very kind. Lots of folks in chat are kind of weird, myself included in that. And it's a good place to lurk. As I mentioned, follows are silent. If you're a YouTuber, you prefer your streams of the YouTube flavor, there's a link to that in chat. There's a link to that in chat. There it is. Go ahead and click that link if that's your preference. Head of Broccoli says my IRL streams are fun too. I try. I like having. I enjoy being out in the world, both as a human in general and also on stream. So I do try. I like the IRL stuff. We might do an IRL on Thursday this week, but I'm not sure. It's supposed to be 10 degrees Celsius in Philadelphia on Thursday, which is the warmest it's been in a long time. This morning it was negative 15, which is something in the teens, I believe, in Fahrenheit. I don't know. We use Celsius and kilometers and grams around here because we really like the rest of the world. And anyway, what are we doing on stream today? I'll tell you. Miss Mousy, thank you for using the metric system. Oh, can I show you? Hold on, let me show you. Let me show you this. We have this. I got this. I got this for you. Are you looking? We love the metric system. It's base 10. You can do math in your head. I'm always converting everything to imperial for my viewers. Yeah, I don't do that here. I'm just like, figure it out. You can do it. The rest of the world can. If the rest of the world has to figure it out, then you can do it. Sometimes I do. I don't know. I'm working on a recipe today though, so everything has been in both cups, grams, and ounces. We just finished, and I'm about to package up this pastu, which I think is the working title of it. It's a mix of white beans and white beans. This one has chicken sausage, onion, garlic, orzo, cannellini beans, and crushed tomatoes. It is a work in progress, so we're working on it. We're going to work on this again next week. I'm going to put this in a big container and put it in the fridge because I want to see what it's like after 2 days when I store it. I'm trying it right now. So here's what's happening for the rest of the stream. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna say it needs more salt. I'm also gonna say it needs more pepper. I'm probably gonna make a couple other notes. I'm gonna make some specific notes in my notebook that I'm writing all of this information down in. Then we're going to turn our attention to putting a cookie in the oven. Someone in chat earlier mentioned skillet cookies, and I was like, I have a log of chocolate chip cookie dough in the fridge. I have a log of chocolate chip cookie dough in the fridge. Why don't I use it? That sounds delicious. So I'm going to do that, which I've never made a skillet cookie before. It can't be that hard. So we're going to do that. Then I'm going to prep some focaccia dough for tomorrow's dinner because that needs to rest for like 24 hours. Then we're going to make dinner for tonight. Dinner for tonight is tuna melts. I know that they're going to have bread and tuna and some mayonnaise, but I don't really know what else is in them. So stay tuned for all that. Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's been streamed today. So I'm going to taste this. We're going to make some notes. Needs salt. Definitely needs pepper. Do y'all like cats? You cat people? I got one. Here's a cat. There's 3 of them that live here. If you like cats, we got those too. This one's Ash. We haven't seen Ash yet today. Ash, look at the camera. Bud, it's up there. There it is. There he is. Yes. All 3 cats have made an appearance on stream today. Ash, what are you eating? What What are you chewing on? Ash is 9 months old. All of our cats are 9 months old. Baby. Baby. This baby boy. I think he's the leader right now. So if you did the cat count earlier, didn't you? I thought I saw that. Ash is 9 months old. He is a triplet. All 3 cats were adopted on their 2nd day of life. My partner bottle fed all of them. Oh no, Elsie's in the lead. Okay. Yeah, Obi's bringing up the rear because he's just a recluse. Not really. Obi's too busy to be on screen. Obi's busy all the time. Oh, baby. Can you hear the satisfied noises? He's asking me to kiss his paw. Okay. I will. Go ahead. Yes. Baby. He's a good boy. You waiting for Calvin to come home? He is. Ellie, Ash is... How do I put this in the most kind way possible? The most politically correct way possible. Ash hasn't yet figured out how to use the litter box. And I don't know if he ever will. Ash... Ash is the best hunter. He's the most agile, and he catches the toys the best. His ability to figure out where to put his poop has not evolved yet. And we haven't figured it out. He's got some sort of block stopping him from figuring that information out. But yeah, all of those cats were adopted like 24 hours after they were born. So no one's ever, they're just, all they know is people and each other. It is what it is. He'll figure it out eventually. He poops in the same place all the time, so at least there's that. Okay. Notes. I need to make some notes. We need... what did I add to this? I added salt. I added 2 teaspoons. Pepper. I added 1 teaspoon. I would add, I would say 2.5. Let's see, notes. Salt, 2.5. Pep, 2. I'll add all the liquid at once because this took a long time to cook. Like, it took too long to cook. So add all liquid, cover, and simmer. We'll figure out the timing for that on the next one when I test this again. What other notes did I have here? I think that was it. More salt, more pepper, more liquid at the start. This is an adjustment. I don't need to write this down. But I will add all the seasonings and the liquid at once. When I am doing this again. Okay. This is good though. I I know this is good because I keep coming back to it because I keep wanting more of it. It's also good cold, which it is now. All right, wonderful. Let's package this, and then I'm going to move on to the next thing. Broccoli, the newspaper around the litter box. Interesting. That's a good technique. I think what we're leaning toward right now is putting the pea pads in where he has been going in the house, because he's been going in specific spots regularly. So it's either that he likes those the material of those specific spots, or he likes something about the location. But he switches it up a little bit, but it's mostly the same 2 to 3 spots. So, maybe a pea pad for now, and then, maybe we kind of evolve from there. That's the hope. Because it really is the hope. He pees in the litter box. He does not poop in the litter box. So it's some sort of sensory thing he's got going on where he doesn't like one versus the other. I don't know. The pepper grinder. I love that pepper grinder. That pepper grinder is from... What year is this from? I can't tell, actually. It used to say it on the inside here. It still does. You can see there's writing on there. It says to Lou and Gwen. But it doesn't. It had a year, but it's just like a tattoo. It's sort of just the ink has spread so much that I can't tell anymore. It's a handmade pepper grinder from my stepfather, who is a woodworker. I love it. I wish that I had, I wish. I would enjoy having a spice grinder for when I need a volume of pepper. Like if I'm making a big batch of something, for example, and I need 3 tablespoons of pepper. This is not ideal for that. But I don't have regular unground pepper. I just have peppercorns. Didn't have enough litter boxes. Miss Malsey, we have more litter boxes in the house than we have cats. I don't know if that's the issue, but it could be. It honestly could be. I mean, you never know. If he had his own, I bet he'd love it. Okay. Let me wash my hands. I'm gonna put this in the fridge. Then we're gonna throw that cookie in the oven. Gonna throw that cookie in the oven while the cookie bakes. We're gonna make focaccia dough. Then we're gonna take the cookie out of the oven and we're gonna ooh and ah at it. I'm probably gonna give some of it to my kid, who should be home relatively soon from school. And then we are we're gonna start dinner. Broccoli, that's the dream. The dream is one of those little coffee grinders that does. No, he's not coming home from school. Okay, he texted 20 minutes ago and said that he's going somewhere else. Okay, cool. Good to know. Guess you can have some cookie later. But I want one of those pepper grinders, or I just want a spice, like a coffee grinder that's just like, it sits on the counter. It has like the little cap. You put the coffee in and you put the cap on and like press the button. I used to have one and it was great for coffee. And I have to imagine it would be really good for spices. Just that, like that exact same thing. Yeah, Miss Malsey, we're trying. My partner's the one who has the sort of, she's like the cat whisperer. So she's working on him. She's working on him, and you know, it is what it is at the moment. And what it is, you know, a recurring ash droppings in the house. We like to call him an ash hole because that's funny, and humor is how you deflect from the grim reality of the world. God, that got dark in a hurry. Anyway. Sorry. Kitchen View, welcome in. An alt account. I'm familiar with those. Yeah, the horrors persist, don't they ever? Jesus. Oh, I know. It's great. It is grim. It's grim out there, y'all. Okay, here's what we're gonna try. We're gonna take this log of cookie dough. I'm gonna put it in this pan. Maybe I put a little bit of like spray oil in here. And then we're gonna pop it in the oven. What does it say to cook this at? 350. Great. I turned my oven on an hour ago when I thought of that. Teaspoons of dough about 2 inches apart into ungreased baking sheets. How many cookies should I get out of this? 30 servings per container. Damn. Okay, so these are like small cookies. Maybe I should use the larger pan. I don't know. I feel like this pan might not be... No, this is the right size. Right? I don't know. Maybe I'll just use the larger one because it would be more fun. Yeah. Man, that'll be really thin. But they're going to rise, right? This rises. These cookies rise. You've watched me not catching fish before. Is catching fish the purpose of fishing? Not according to anyone I know. Maybe. Yeah, I'm going to use the larger. Let me use this larger pan. I feel like that's going to be better. At least it'll make a larger cookie. It'll be smaller, but it'll be thinner. I'm going to spray this with some spray oil. Because what's better with cookie than a literal olive oil, right? Okay, my hands are clean. I just washed them like a moment ago. So let's get this going. Scissors? No scissors. Okay. Nope, that's not the right knife for this. This is the right knife for this. All right. So we're going to open this up. So we were talking earlier on stream about skillet cookies. We've been talking about, whoa, this is like, I'm not doing that. That's coming out on its own. I'm not squeezing that. That's just decided that it's ready to make its debut. Kind of terrifying. Oh, it's jumping. Okay. You're coming out. Okay, I'll let you out. Jesus. I'd eat that. I know. I would eat it just like this, right out of the log. Just fucking right straight in. I think this is... I've never done this before, so we're working. We're trying this together for the first time. We're gonna see if this works. I hope it does. I hope it does. I mean, at the worst thing that could happen is everything burns and nothing is edible. That's literally the worst thing that could happen. Any other outcome of this includes me eating cookies. So whatever. So let's just do it. We're just doing it. Avocado oil. That's a good point. I could have used something with a higher smoke point or something with a better flavor. But I didn't. All right, I'm gonna just mash this. I'm gonna spread this out in the pan. And then we're just gonna put it in the oven. I don't know what else to say. It's a skillet cookie. I didn't make this dough, so this is as straightforward a process as I could imagine. Okay, there we go. Let's just let's press it down. Let's press it down around the sides. I'm really glad I used the bigger pan, y'all, because there's a lot of cookie in here. I want to make this kind of flat. Unless maybe I want it to be a little raggedy along the edges here, because the edge of the cookies, the delicious part, or part of the delicious aspect of a cookie is like the crispy edge, right? So maybe I want like a little bit of like raggedy on the edge here, or like thinner on the edge, so that it burns a little bit. Not burns, maybe it cooks a little more. So maybe let's push this up on the edge just a little bit. Okay, crispy edge, chewy center, exactly. Ice cream on top. So fluffy. You are speaking right in line with where my head is at. Okay, so this looks fine, right? I think I'm gonna add a little salt to the top of this when it comes out of the oven, just to be like extra over it. This is the part where I need to get the wrapper out of the trash can because I didn't look at how long they take to cook. 12 to 13 minutes. Okay, cool. 12 to 13 minutes. Is there anything else I want to like put on top of here? Some like mini marshmallows, perhaps? Maybe I want to put some mini marshmallows on top of here. Just to like sprinkle on the top. I think I do. Because I have them. And why the hell not? Right? Do it at the end. Why not both? Let's see what happens when I put a few on top now. If they melt, they melt. It'll be okay. What's that? One of my favorite lines from any movie is the guy from Rocky, when he's like, if he dies, he dies. That's like my philosophy when I'm cooking. I'm just like, yeah, whatever, it'll be fine. If they melt, they melt, and they'll melt in and they'll be okay. Usually when I make cookies with marshmallows, yeah, there's no marshmallows there at the end. It's just like burnt sugar, right? It's not, that's exactly right. That's my attitude. It's not going to taste bad. Nope. They still taste pretty good. Okay, 12 to 13 minutes. We got 12 to 13 minutes to make this focaccia dough. Shit. Hold on. No, did I use it? Ah, yes. Okay, good. We'll leave these out on the counter. Maybe I'll toss some of these on at the end too. Maybe I'll broil them. I don't know. We'll see. If not, I'm going to forget they're on the counter, and my kid is going to come home and he's going to be like, "Oh, marshmallows." Okay, 12 to 13 minutes. Before I do that, before I toss those in, I want to start the electric kettle because I need boiling/warm water for the focaccia, and I don't want to have to wait for literal water to boil. So we will not. We will put that on now and make sure that's ready to go. It only takes a moment, and I'm not putting all that much in. Okay, here we go. Cookies. Skillet cookies. Test, whatever. Skillet cookies going in the oven. Finally baking that log of chocolate chip cookie that has been sitting in my refrigerator for like a month and a half now. It's probably going to take a little longer than 12 minutes because that skillet is not hot. I didn't preheat anything. So let's like take that into account. I'm going to set a timer here for 12 minutes. And also, I think those cookies are a little denser in the skillet than they are if you put them on a sheet pan. They don't have room to spread. There's no spreading of the cookies. So I think they will end up taking a little longer. But I did set a timer for 12 minutes, so that's fine. Okay, let's get our ingredients out for this focaccia. So we're making focaccia dough for tomorrow. Tomorrow's dinner. Okay, flour, salt, instant yeast, lukewarm water. That's it. So this is like super simple. Does this call for bread flour? I forget. All-purpose or bread flour. Okay, see notes, a few notes. Use a digital scale. Yup. If you live in a humid environment, use bread flour. Okay, let me see if I have any bread flour. First off, I think I have a little bit of bread flour in here, so even if I only use some of it, I'm going to use that. I'm going to use that flour. Yeah, I do. I actually have two different versions of bread flour in here. So we'll use those. We'll use up both of those bags plus some of the regular flour. There's shit falling out of the cabinet. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's cookies and sugar and cinnamon just falling out of the cabinet. There we go. Okay, we did it. We did it! Yay! Okay, now this is all also by weight, so love that. Whisk together the flour, salt, and instant yeast. Add the water using a rubber spatula. Mix until the liquid is absorbed. Rub the surface lightly with olive oil. Cover the bowl. Refrigerate for at least 12 hours. Okay, so easy. This is phenomenally easy. I've used the same recipe basically every time I make focaccia dough. And it's only a minute or two of like hands-on work, and then the rest of it is just waiting. So that makes it much nicer. Okay, 8 grams of instant yeast. So we're mixing into the bowl. Everything goes into the bowl. Flour, salt, and instant yeast. Okay. Let's do the instant yeast first. 8 grams of instant yeast, which is, I believe, a whole packet. 5, 6... Oh, it's more than a whole packet. Interesting. No, it's not. One packet is approximately 2¼ teaspoons. So one packet, this says 2 teaspoons. Okay, we're good. That's fine. I don't need to add. Yeah, hold on. So a little, it's always a little bit left in here. It's like, there we go. Get these last little teeny tiny bits. We have another cat who's over here who's very curious about what's going on, but is not, she's not in a place to be grabbed at the moment. So we're gonna wait. She'll probably be around. Okay, but now 512 grams of flour. So we're just gonna use up, we have several different flours. I'm just gonna use all of them up because I don't have enough of any individual flour, but some of them are bread flour and some of them are regular flour, so that's fine. This is a super forgiving recipe. I'm not concerned that I have, hold on. Okay, I was concerned for a moment that this was masa and not flour. It is not. It does not smell like that, so. Okay, great. Love when I can just use something up completely. Even better when I can use up 2 bags of something completely. Okay, so that was 419. I need 512. 512, not 528. I think I said 28 earlier, but 512, that's 516. Close enough. I have my yeast in there already. Now need to add salt. Put these things back in the cabinet. Kosher salt, I need 10 grams, 2 teaspoons of kosher salt. So we have a teaspoon on the counter here from earlier. 2 teaspoons of kosher salt. That was not 10 grams. That was 8, 9, 10. There we go. Okay. Got 5 minutes left on my time. I'm going to whisk this together so that it's all combined. Set my scale to the side for now. I'm going to use that again in just a moment. We're going to make 2 cups of lukewarm water made by combining 1/2 cup of boiling water with 1.5 cups of cold water. Great, we can do that. I'm going to, we're going to do that in a regular bowl here. This is roughly a 2-cup bowl. I don't have any more cup measures available. I've used them all today because recipe testing. So we're going to just use weight here. It gives a weight for this. So let's fill up some water here. We're going to do a little bit of boiling water along with whatever else is up until the weight that it's supposed to be. So 455 grams. We can do math. Hold on, 455 divided by 4 equals 113 grams of boiling water. Combined with X amount of cold water up to 455, 2, 3, 4, 38, 55, 455 on the nose. Goddamn! I did that right. And then I mix this, add the water using a rubber spatula, mix until the liquid is absorbed and the ingredients form a sticky dough ball. Okay, using a rubber spatula. Here we go. We are using a rubber spatula. Let's pour that in. We're going to mix until the water is absorbed. I'm just continuing to pull my dry ingredients from the bottom. We're kind of mixing this. I just don't want any wet spots. I love this glass bowl for making focaccia because it has a lid and I can just leave it in here and it will rise in the bowl. And as I'm doing the mixing here, I can also see where I have all of my dry spots. So we're mixing all of this together. We have our hot water or warm water and our yeast. Going to mix together with the salt and the flour. And by the time we're good with this bowl, or by the time, oh, okay, sorry, there was a beeping and I got concerned because there shouldn't have been a beeping, but it was the hot water, the base of the kettle telling me there wasn't any kettle on there and it was turning itself off, which, like, thanks. Definitely want that to happen. Okay, I think we should be good here. This looks like I don't have any dry spots. So we're going to scrape the sides and make sure this is all in one piece. I'm going to coat this with a bit of oil. Scrape this dough off of here, off the spatula, and then off my finger, and then off the spatula. Repeat until it's all in the bowl. Okay. So all that is there, ready to go. That bowl just had water in it. I do not need to. I was going to put my dirty spatula in there, and I'm like, wait, no, that's actually clean. That's actually clean. We don't need to put any water in there. And then this is going to, well, this is going to go, this is going to go. That's also clean. And of course, I said that, and then I put the damn thing in the dirty dish in the sink. Why am I like this? Okay, it's fine. It's all going in the dishwasher. It's okay. It's okay. Don't panic. All right, back on the base. And this can go away. We're done with that. We're done with the scale today. I think we're done with the scale today. You know, I always say that and then I immediately get the scale back out. So whatever. Sometimes it's true. All right, we're putting the lid on here. If you're here tomorrow, keep it just like, here's a visual, right? Here's a visual of where, oh, olive oil. No. What are we doing? Coat this with olive oil. A generous amount of olive oil. You can't really have too much olive oil on here. When in doubt, run in the circle and scream and shout. Bellis, welcome back. Bellis, earlier you had some lovely, wonderful news right before we had a raid. And I want to circle back and just say, like, congratulations on your engagement. I am really happy for you. I'm happy for you both. I'm happy for you both. That is excellent news. We love good news. Good news is harder to come by lately. And personal news is some of the best news. Thank you for sharing that too. I appreciate hearing that. Okay, timer is up. Let's check these cookies. No, that does not look baked yet. That looks raw. So we're gonna give that 4 more minutes. We're gonna give that 4 more minutes. And in that 4, yeah, we're gonna give that 4 more minutes. Here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna spend that time tidying up just a little bit here because I need to hit reset for our tuna melts. Tuna melts though, am I gonna use garlic and onion powder in those? Yeah, let's use those. I'm definitely gonna use salt. I'm definitely gonna use pepper. Am I going to use crushed red pepper? No, I am not. I'm going to use celery salt, though, which is somewhere in here. There it is, celery salt. I also want to use caraway, if I have that. Because that's a good flavor. Maybe a little bit of, let's see. I have some paprika here. Celery seed, no. I don't think I have caraway. I have anise. I have coriander. That's not it. That's not it. I have ginger. Cardamom, no. I have mustard seed. That's also no. No, I guess I don't. Okay. I used to. Where did it go? Where did it go? That's fine. I do want some dried mustard, though. And definitely a little bit of Old Bay. Yeah, a little bit of Old Bay. Okay. Seasonings. Okay, so we did our recipe today. We prepped our focaccia bread today. We're almost finished making a cookie. An unprompted cookie. I still want to do the tuna melts next. Before I do the tuna melts, we're going to take another break, though. Basically, once that cookie's finished, because this is like, it looked underdone, and once I pull that out of the oven, I want to let it rest for a little bit. While that's resting, we're going to take a little break, and during that break, we're going to play a game of words and stream, and we're going to do 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. When we come back from that, we're gonna make our tuna melts. So we're gonna make tuna. I'm gonna cut the bread, toast the bread. Then we're gonna make the sandwiches. Although I think I'm gonna do like open face sandwiches, so it's like a tuna glob of tuna on like a piece of toasted bread with cheese on top, and then just like broiled. Because I don't want to make like a whole sandwich. Maybe I will. I don't know. If Calvin comes home before I'm that far into it, I'll ask him what his preference is. Broccoli, I am a try-hard if nothing else. So I am going to put all those spices in there and possibly more, honestly. I'm also going to put an apple in there. And then we're going to cover it with cheddar cheese. I'm not working on a recipe. This is just my own like flavor profile and preference. And I don't have any celery, thus the celery salt. Okay, that was 4 minutes. I'm going to take a look at those again. How are we doing? That still doesn't seem quite finished yet. I'm going to give that another 4. That'll be 20 total minutes, but it's also thicker. I don't know. Let me see if is this camera going to work? Watch. This camera is going to be frozen, and then I'm going to fix it, and then I'm going to show you. Yeah. Oh, wait. Is that frozen? It is. Okay. I'm like, oh, it's not, but it's in the same place that it was a moment ago. So, to the rescue. I made it a little easier to fix, though. Not much easier to fix. But at least it works now. I got to get out of... Hold on. There we go. Okay. I was like, why is that pot on the stove? I'm like, I thought I put that pot in the sink. Y'all, it's just the lid. I was like, did I already do dishes and wash the pot? Like, no. No. Sadly, no. It's okay. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, let's finish tidying this little slice of the counter here. Because when that cookie comes out, I am gonna wanna use this counter. So my stock bag. What else am I cutting anything else up? I'm gonna cut up a shallot. Toss that in there. Shallot and apple are going to be the ingredients, the other solids that are not tuna. Oh, and maybe some lemon. Wait, I have lemon juice. I'll just use that. I don't want to cut up a lemon. I'm beyond cutting up a lemon today. Okay. Next time I check that cookie in here by opening the oven, I will show y'all what it looks like, because it's got a minute and a half left on it. That's gonna be quite a bit, but it's not. Cookies are supposed to be like soft in the middle. This is like very soft. It's like raw dough kind of soft. So as I said when I put it in, this is probably going to take longer than the regular, like cooking these regularly, which has been the case, which is totally okay. Let's get a bowl out of this tuna stuff. And then maybe I will make some little sandwiches. I don't know. This bread doesn't feel large enough. This bread isn't like tuna melt bread. This is a loaf of Italian bread. I feel like I would almost rather use like white bread, but I don't think I have 2, 3, 4, 5. I have 6 slices of white bread. That's only 3 sandwiches, so I don't know. I guess I'll use this Italian bread, and I'll just make a couple. I'll make like several smaller sandwiches. I think that'll be the move today. We have cheddar. Oh, I have cheddar and Gouda. Let's use both of those. Okay, timer's going off. I hear you. I hear you. Okay, I hear you. Chill. Shh. Okay, is this working? It is. Come on over to the stove here. Let me show you what the cookie situation looks like, and you can determine if these are ready or not. I'm guessing they might not be yet. Oh, that didn't help. Hold on. Now I'm just going to leave the oven open and let all the heat escape. So when I do put these back in, they will certainly, oven heat will certainly come on. Okay. Wait, that's not right. There. Okay. Just drop the rack onto the floor. Okay, this is the cookie scenario. So we're pulled away from the edge here. It's a little soft, it's fluffy, but like this center area doesn't feel quite finished yet. I think this still needs a little bit of time. We're brown around the edges, but it's not quite, it still looks raw in the center. So I am just gonna leave that in there for another couple minutes. And I think what we're gonna do here is this. We're going to take a 3-minute break now while we're waiting for that cookie to finish up. And we're going to come over to the sink. I'm going to do some dishes. We're going to play a game of words on stream or 2. And when we come back, we're going to check these cookies again. Okay, so I am setting a timer. If you're not familiar, we do play a game. We play Words on Stream while we run ads on Twitch. If you don't like ads and you want to hear me talk during that time, you can head over to YouTube and hit the subscribe button. If you're on YouTube already, I'd love it if you'd hit the subscribe button or the like button, or ideally both. Here is the Here comes a game of Words on Stream. We're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. We'll be right back. I'm going to do the dishes during that time, and we'll see you in just a moment. Okay, BRB.
Hi, welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right. Cookies in the oven. Oh, Daisy. Daisy, you're ruining my momentum. Daisy needs to go out. She's now barking at the door. She's about to escalate, so I gotta go let her out. Let me fill the dishwasher, Daisy, and then I will. Don't go peeing in the house in the next 45 seconds, okay? Daisy, I'm gonna let you out during the second game of Words on Stream. Deal? She's like, I don't know what that means. I have no idea what that means, but I'm gonna pee all over the place. No, you're not. You're not. I know you. You got like 2 minutes of barking before you'll go anywhere. So just give it a rest for a second and I'll be right down. I got you. Y'all, if I come back and I haven't let Daisy out, someone yell at me, please. And tell me to go let the dog out. I don't think I'll forget, but it's possible. It's not likely, but it's possible. All right. Okay, I fed the second game of Words on Stream, so we're almost. Let's fill this Dutch oven up and not fill it up. Okay, we're gonna run one more, and we'll be back in a second. Good job, y'all. Good job, Daisy. I hear you. I'm coming. Here we go. Okay. God. Every 2 hours, a dog needs to go out, you know? Go! There she goes. Good job.
It's over!
All right. We're almost there. We finished loading these into the dishwasher. Thank you for sticking around. If you're on Twitch, I appreciate you. I know that folks don't like the ads. I mean, I don't actually know that. No one's ever been like, Lou, I really hate that you run ads on your channel. Literally, no one's ever said that. I hate the ads. I specifically, me, hate running them. But it's either I run them or they get run for me. So I don't really have a lot of control. I just do, I do what I can. And I run them on a schedule that better suits the stream sometimes, so that for the next hour, we don't have pre-roll ads. That's the calculus. Okay, timer's going off. Game is over. Did we win? Hell yeah. That means you get another one. Y'all are running it. Y'all are running it. I'm gonna come back. Okay, I hear you, timer. Jeez, worse than the dog. The rule is if we win a game of words on stream, we get another game of words on stream, and we keep getting them until we don't win anymore. Our current record level is 21. So, y'all, if you're not familiar with words on stream, if you see someone guessing in the chat and they have a little lock on their name on the board up there, that means that their guesses aren't counted. So feel free to put those words in chat on your own and see if they work for you. It is a team game. You literally cannot win with just one person. It's not possible. And it's extremely hard to win with just two people. But it is possible, clearly. If you were on Twitch, thank you again for waiting through the ads. We'll be back in just a moment here. I'm I've loaded the dishwasher. We're now just finishing triaging all the dishes in the sink. And I'm gonna check the cookies. They've been in there again. Yeah, I would say those are probably finished at this point. They look like a cake, which is super cool. All right, I'm changing the screen. We're going to, yeah, still there though. We're just back over here now, okay? Sorry if that induced panic for anybody. But we're moving forward. Last guesses. So close on this one, y'all. Good job. Good job. What level is that? 13. 21 is our max. Am I correct in that? I feel like I remember 21 being the max boards that we've had. Liz, I hope your day has gone well. It's Wednesday, which is a weird one sometimes in the world. Oh shoot! Right, hold on. No, we're not doing another one. Sorry. Don't put anything in chat. Okay, my bad. We're I just forgot to turn it off. I was like, oh, the game's over. And then I just didn't turn it off. It restarts on its own, don't you know? Okay, let's get these cookies out though, because I think those are finished. What if we took a look at them? What if we took a look at these and they were finished? What would happen then? I think those look pretty good. Those, as if it's not just one. Yeah, I mean, it's still like, it feels cakey. That's what it feels like. But maybe these are supposed to feel cakey. I don't know. The color is right. So I'm going to take this out. I'm going to take that out. Come on back over here. I'm going to take that out. I'm going to put that on the counter over here. Calvin just walked in the house and was like, ooh, that smells good.
What is it?
It's a cookie. It's this big. Where'd you go after school? Oh, busted with your blue lips.
Look at it.
Someone had Takis.
Yeah, Adrian bought them too.
Oh, you've got, okay. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Okay. Brought them to chew on. Good job. I see that you've chewed on them. Can I offer you? I'm gonna ask that you have something in addition to your Takis. which includes raspberries. You'll be shocked to learn.
I love raspberries.
Okay. We're gonna let that cookie cool on the counter over there. It
I played a couple
looks pretty good.
of my
Pretty happy about that.
songs, and,
Wait, hold on, Calvin's talking to me. What did you say?
I played a couple of my trumpet songs. And there was a couple audience members.
You played a couple trumpet songs at the playground?
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
And my audience members were not just the 2 friends that went.
Okay. Cool.
There's a couple adults
Okay.
who are interested.
Okay. Chapstick Queen, hello. Broccoli, you're right. You're right. The marshmallows melted, but they're not like they're still visible. They're still you would look at them and be like, those are marshmallows. I think that's pretty good. We're gonna let that cool for just about 10. We're gonna let that cool while I'm working on making the tuna. And then we'll pop that out of the pan and give it a try. I think it needs to cool for a while before I take it out of the pan, because otherwise, I think I have it on a cooling rack. I'm guessing that if I try to take it out too soon, it'll just fall out into like some big soupy mess. I'm also assuming that I'm assuming it might be it might stick in there too. So I want it to cool off enough to be firmer than it is. Because as I said, as I was tapping the top of it, it felt a little cake-like.
Okay, I want some raspberries.
So, yeah, I just want you to have a fruit. Seeing that you've had some snacks, some empty snacks this afternoon. I feel like having something more nutritionally dense would be good. Okay, what are you trying to get here?
A bowl.
Okay. Okay, so I'm making, wash my hands too. I feel like I need to do that. We're making a tuna melt for dinner, Cal. Like a hot tuna fish sandwich.
Oh, that milk.
Yeah, so it's like,
The other day.
yeah, it's like a hot tuna sandwich with it's got like melted cheese on it. Would you want that? You know how I've been making the toasts recently, right? Those like toasts. Would you want your thing to be like an open-faced, like toast with like tuna on top and then cheese? Or do you want it to be more like a sandwich, like a grilled cheese style?
Sandwich.
Sandwich. Okay. Okay. Yep. Cool. Can you also wash your mouth and face off? Because you're very blue right now.
Well, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay, but like you don't need to present with taki dust all over. Just wash your face and hands. Okay, so Calvin would like more of a sandwich style. So what I'm going to do is toast the bread first, and then I am just going to make these like a grilled cheese. Meaning, like I'm going to toast the bread. And toast the bread maybe with some olive oil, like I've been toasting it for the soup sandwiches that I've been making. And then do.
I'll go wash my face and hands.
Yeah, I'll toast it first, and then assemble the sandwiches, and then like grill them, maybe just on the griddle, like hit them real quick on both sides. Toast, assemble, melt the cheese, and then toast, assemble, melt, then grill. Okay. Shallot, yes. Got some shallot going on here. And I'm gonna dice this even more. I just fine diced it pretty well, but we're gonna sort of mince this so that it gets even finer. And I'm wondering, I mentioned, correct. If you see a pile of clothes in your room, that should be your first instinct. Put them away. Right, but if you do the clothes while you have your iPad, it'll take you like 30 minutes longer to do them. Broccoli says, I like mine like grilled cheese with cheese on each slice of bread and the tuna salad in the middle. That's what that's what I think I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna put like a base of cheese and then like topping and then cheese again. And then I'm gonna toast that. Like I'm gonna toast the bread, then assemble it like that, and then toast it again so that the cheese starts to melt, and then just like kiss it on each side on the griddle so that it's like, maybe I'm not going to toast it. Maybe I'm just going to assemble it and then put it on the, assemble it, melt it, and then put it on the griddle. I think that's probably the move. Okay. Yeah, so you know what I'm talking about, right? It's like when people are like, I can listen to podcasts during the day and still get stuff done. And I'm like, yeah, because you're doing the same damn thing you were doing 4 hours ago. Like, I can't. Maybe you can. I can't pay attention to both of those things at the same time. All right, shallot. That was one whole shallot. So I don't have any other use for this. So I'm just going to use all of it, and that's fine. Shallot is pretty mild. I'm consistently amazed. Like Gwen will like put on a movie and be like doing work, like her job, and she'll know what's going on in the movie and on the computer. And I'm like, how is that even possible? Like, how can you possibly focus on both of those things at once? I cannot. It's not even close to being possible for me to do that. I literally cannot. I can't I can't like watch Twitch if I have to do something with thinking. We're gonna fine dice this apple. Basically the same thing I just did with the shallot is now going to happen with the apple. My goal today, by the way, is not necessarily to go all the way until 7:30 p.m. I'd like to finish a little bit before then. Wednesday is Percy Jackson Day. If you're a Percy Jackson fan, which why would you be generally? But it is Calvin's read all the books, and there's a series that's on right now, and they air new episodes on Wednesday. So Wednesday evening after school is Percy Jackson Day. So I have to be conscious of that. The fact that like he wants to watch that this evening, and we watch it together. So I also want to watch it because like I also want to know what's going on. So I don't want to end up streaming until like 8 p.m. tonight, because then we're still going to watch the show, but it'll be really late, and I don't want that to happen. So how is that even possible? Your son loves to listen to an audiobook while reading a different book. I can't even... I have a hard time reading a single book. I have a hard time listening to an audiobook and like cleaning. How could that even be possible? Like, I don't even know. That is a wild skill. I would call that a skill. Because that's not something that I think most people would be able to do. Or they think they could do it and generally can't. Alien Fox Mulder, welcome in. Grace Prime, hey. How's it going? Welcome. We're making tuna salad for tuna melts today. We're getting started with that. I don't have any tuna out on the counter yet, but we're moving. We're moving. We already made a recipe today I worked on and did not finalize because that will be after the next test. But I worked on a recipe today. We made a pasta stew. I also prepped some focaccia bread dough for tomorrow. That's in the refrigerator, doing a little slow rise. I made a skillet cookie, which is to your right on the counter here, which is to my left, but your right on the screen on the counter. This is right for y'all, correct? Am I pointing to the right? I've done this before on stream where I've been like in my left hand or on the left here, and this is your right. Okay. Sometimes I'm not sure what the little image on my screen is, if it's like mirrored or what. Sometimes I confuse myself. It happens. Chris, that would be kind of amazing. I feel like it's possible. It has to be. I don't know. I feel like if there was a system by which you could smell, it wouldn't ever be perfect. It would smell like a very basic version of whatever it was. Fresh bread does something to me. I know, it makes me ravenous. I just can't stop. Whenever I'm presented with like a bread product, I'm just like, more please. It's bad. It's bad. Okay, we've got some tuna here. This is a use it up meal, so we're using up the two different types of tuna I've got. I've got albacore chunk white and albacore. They're both albacore, so that's fine. That's good. Okay, finished?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Oh, I see it.
Grace, enjoy your classes, hopefully. Hopefully they're easy. It's a weird part of I'm assuming it's just sort of the middle of the mid-semester. This is just like in it. Everything is still a ways to go, but everything's underway. Oh wait, no, it's January. This is still the early part. I'm the professor, so I can do what I want. Right, but that's also super stressful. I have to imagine. I used to teach a class. It was an adjunct position, and it wasn't like any. I mean, it was fun, but it was like in my area of expertise. And I taught a couple adjunct classes of like a capstone for a few years, and it was stressful. Even though I found it like I knew what I was talking about, I was like, I don't know, big imposter syndrome for me anyway. Contains fish. Great. Now some of these, okay, this can does not say do not drain. This one I believe is the one that says do not drain. Refrigerate after opening. Okay. One of these cans literally says do not drain on it, and it's dry if you drain it. So, and of course they print it like upside down. No, this one doesn't. I don't know what I'd be doing if I wasn't a teacher. I wasn't like, that wasn't for me, that was a an opportunistic like side gig that was offered to me based on, at that time, being an expert in that field. And it was fun, and I was like, oh my God, people who do this all the time are pretty incredible. Moon Dice, welcome in. Putting away groceries. Hopefully you got something fun. Do you all get yourself a little treat when you go to the grocery store? I often do. A little something to eat in, like, either in the car or on the walk home. Something like that. Like, just a little something. Usually for me, my little grocery store treat is like a few chocolate covered pretzels. Like, not a whole bag. If there's like a bulk section in the store, I'll get like 5 chocolate covered pretzels and I'll eat those. And then I'll wish I'd gotten a whole bag, but you know. Okay, but let's, I got the tuna in here. Let's start to mix this up now. And we're going to add mayonnaise to this, and then a bunch of different seasonings. I have a cat incoming. Yeah, someone's right here. I'm not picking you up because you're just going to end up being right up on me. I know what you want. We're on Elsie watch. If I turn my back, she's going to be up on this counter with her face in this bowl as quick as she could possibly be up here. You watch. Please. If I go to wash my hands, cat. Okay, this is a good amount of tuna. This is, damn it. See, look at this. This brave little cat is up on the counter. She's making snuffly noises. I know what you want. I know what you want. You're not getting any. This is not for you. You thought you wanted that, and you don't. Oh. Yes, you do. Good girl. See, you're rewarded for your bravery. The other cats are not around. So we get treats. Now she's making her way towards the bowl. Jamie, hello. I fear we've fed the monster, and now she knows what's available. Yes, you do. Oh, she's so satisfied. Oh, she's so satisfied. Your little face. So satisfied. So satisfied. I gotta ask you to get down now, though, okay? Okay. I have to wash my hands and lint roll. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I only fed her a little teeny tiny piece of tuna. I made sure there was no shallot stuck to it. Hopefully she's okay. I'll tell you what, though, if she gets back up here while I'm not looking, I can't control how much and how fast she shovels it into her mouth. But she's over here by my feet now, so I'm gonna keep an eye on you. If you disappear from my sight, I know something's going wrong. Uh-huh. Yeah, I see you. Trying to walk back over. She's not subtle. She's persistent. She's not subtle, though. Lauren on YouTube. She is a good girl. She is a good girl. That's Elsie. Elsie is 9 months old, like all three. All three cats in the house are the exact same age. They're all from the same litter. They're triplets. We adopted them on day 1 of their life. So they're very people-oriented, for lack of a better term. They have not really known anyone. They've not really known much. They haven't known the world at all without people. They were bottle fed by hand growing up. So they're yeah, she is in the, get out of the can. She is in the, I have to, hold on. I have to rinse these tuna cans off at the sink because she is now in them and she will not stop. Like, the one thing I know about this cat is that if she's got her thoughts on something, she's not going to stop. She's so persistent. Like, the most persistent animal. Zero. And she's not afraid either of really anything. Again, going back to the fact that from, the moment they were born, or shortly after being born, they were exposed to, like, the people world. So, like, the vacuum, not a problem. The giant dog that lives in the house, not a problem. The only thing that I think she's shown any fear of is, like, loud noises from the outside. So, like, literally the unknown. If she can see it and experience it, she's not afraid of it. Which is good, I think. All right, so we're working here. She's back on the counter. She's right here. She's, like, just off screen. She's not on the counter, but she's on the chair next to the counter. Now she's directly behind the lap. Yeah, she's here. She's lurking. She's not going to give up. She's not going to give up. Okay. Pepper, salt, oh, shoot. I forgot to put the salt on the cookies. I said I was going to put the salt on the cookies when I got them out of the oven. I didn't. Hey, remember the poll from last week? Will Lou forget the salt? The answer today is yes. Jamie, am I ready for the storm? I mean, emotionally, sure. I don't do anything specific to get ready for, like, winter storms. Fortunately, I live in the city, or I live in a city where, like, the city's going to plow right away. They're going to lay down salt ahead of time. Like, they're going to do all the things to get ready for it. And I don't need to go shopping for, like, extra bread or milk or whatnot. I also know that if I did need, like, something of that nature, unless they were sold out, the corner store that's at the end of my block is open. They've never not been open. I'll say that. The people that own and run the store live upstairs from the store, so they open all the time. So from that perspective, yeah, I think, if, to your point, if the power was out for an extended period of time, that I would worry about. But, like, generally, all of the things that I have control over I'm not worried about. Yeah, like a large scale, long-term power outage would be bad. I'm supposed to drive somewhere on Sunday, and we'll see how that goes. I'm sort of expecting not to be able to do that, but I'm not canceling yet because it's still just Wednesday. So we'll see. Okay. I'm just going to use that pepper. So I'm just making my tuna right now. This is going to be for my filling. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, broccoli plowing our block-long driveway. I have to imagine that would be awful. Like, there's certain things that living in the city makes really annoying. One of the annoying things about living in the city is I don't really have any outdoor space. Like, just in general. And the counterpoint to that is I don't really have anything that I'm responsible for cleaning up. I have a very small bit of sidewalk in front of my house that takes if there was a blizzard, it would still take me less than 5 minutes to clean that sidewalk. Like, if I had to shovel and put down salt and like really shovel like a lot, not even 5 minutes. So for me, that's one of the things that I do love about the city. And then obviously the downside is that when it snows, it's not pretty. It's just crappy. There's no like, oh, let's go outside and frolic in the snow. No, there's literally none of that. It's not enjoyable. It's just like, well, there's snow on the ground, and as soon as the plow comes through, it's filled with salt and debris, and it's not fun. Okay, so we're putting a little parsley in here. I'm gonna put a little lemon juice in here, and then we should be good to go to start assembling some sandwiches here. So we've definitely moved along to making dinner now at this point, just so we're clear. Worth every penny for a snow removal company? Well, yeah, I would. It was interesting. When I went for us, the city removes all the snow on the street. They come by and they put down salt on my street. Like they plow my street and they put down salt on my street. The sidewalk I'm responsible for, but I don't. It's not really that much of an issue, as I said. I think if I had like a really long driveway or that type of thing, like I've been cabin camping up in like the Catskills before on like a really long driveway, and that's been nice because like the property owner was like, yeah, if you all get snowed in, just make sure you like, if it's going to snow, they were like, if it's going to snow, make sure you move your car to the back of the driveway so that the plow can get in. Because like we hired somebody to come plow the driveway. Almost there. Still needs more salt. I'm going to use celery salt because it also could use a little more celery. And then I'm going to add a little bit of liquid mustard to this. Actually, I've got this whole grain mustard. Let me see if this is still. Yeah, this is still good. I think this would go nicely in here. Just like a big scoop of that. I'm not a I'm not a keep it simple person when it comes to making cold salads. I'm gonna like put all my spices in there and give it all the flavor I want. There we go. Almost there, y'all. Kathy, enjoy the rest of your evening. I hope you have a good one. Thanks for coming through twice today. I mean with the raid. I don't mean... Hope you have a good one. Thank you. I feel like you know. I feel like you might know what I mean. Okay. That tastes pretty good. Maybe a little bit more mayonnaise in there. Just to give it a little bit more mayonnaise. And then a little bit more paprika for color. Okay. That should be good. And now we're going to get to the assembly. Yeah, I love celery salt broccoli. Celery, it's been one of my more recent, not more recent, but I got it, I started getting it again probably like 2 years ago. I just kind of hadn't used it for a while, and I forget why. No, I don't remember why. I started buying it again because I was making a copycat dish that required celery salt. Specifically, I was making the meat sauce for Rhode Island. Rhode Island's famous dish, their New York system wieners. Command wiener in chat if you need to know what that is. It was for that because they put celery salt on them. And they were very... I like came back to it after that. I've been buying it since. Rim Chop Sharp. Welcome in. Welcome in. I can't believe that command worked. Dan, I think you're the first person that's ever used that. It's also the first time it's ever come up since that clip was created. Several things just happened there. I remembered it, and I said it out loud, and it got used and spelled correctly, which is pretty fantastic, if I'm being honest. Okay. We've got our dressing, not dressing. We've got our filling ready to go. I'm just clearing my counter off a little bit because I'm finished with seasoning anything. Nothing else is getting seasoning. Nothing else is getting chopped. And I think, yeah. Okay. Was that onion? It is. So a New York system wiener is a very specific style of hot dog on a split top bun with meat sauce, white onion, and celery salt, and mustard. Fun facts. Let me wash my hands. Celery seed broccoli. Yeah, I was, that would go along with having that spice grinder that we were talking about, which I would love to have. Sounds delicious. It is delicious, honestly. I know I've told this story on stream before, but if you're familiar, have I told this story? Yeah, I've told this story on stream before, where in the Talking Heads video, Same as It Ever Was, David Byrne does this motion with his hand when he's saying the chorus, and he's talking about being in, allegedly, he's talking about being in university at Rhode Island School of Design, and how when they go to get hot wieners, like as all college students do. If you live in Rhode Island, they stack them on, like the person who's making them stacks them on their arm and puts the mustard on in the rolls, and then like puts them on, like he assembles them on his arm, like the person working there. And that's like allegedly what the motion in the video is referencing when David Byrne is saying same as it ever was. He's talking about how they make them the same as they always have, which is possibly true, possibly a rumor, but definitely being spread by me every time it comes up. So the more you know. Okay, I'm going to use this bread. This is Calvin requested sandwich style stuff. It seems unsanitary. Yup. The whole thing, if I'm being honest, seems a little unsanitary to me. The context in which that I'm eating those, however, is also not one where I'm being real choosy. So that is also, I think, just part of the equation. Is the like, well, whatever. Let's just go for it. We did an IRL stream. The stream where that clip comes from was an IRL stream at New York System in Providence, Rhode Island. And we definitely like watched them being made. And I ate them and they were very good. That was breakfast that day, if I recall correctly. Michael hates veggies, asks, may I say a joke? Yes. And if it is offensive or tactless or for literally any other reason, I reserve the rights as a streamer. My doctor told me 2 years ago I was going deaf, and I haven't heard from him since. Okay, fair. Diana, welcome in. Scooper Scott. Groomer Raid. Oh no. We're gonna leave that one alone. Diana, hello. Hello. Michael, thank you for your joke. Welcome in, y'all. Friends who are hanging out here. Diana the Dog Groomer is a friend of the stream. Fellow non-gaming, primary gaming streamer, which we love. We love streams that are non-gaming. Like, no offense to gaming. We love gaming, but like, you know, I don't actually love gaming. Why did I say that? I appreciate it. Anyway, let's not. We're gonna stop talking. Okay. Welcome in. Diana is a friend of the stream. I really appreciate Diana's streams because she is the name is literally the Dog Groomer. You can imagine what happens in that stream, and I will tell you, it is grooming dogs. But it's so cute, and like, it's one of those types of streams where you can turn on and really like just get into like a great mood and a good vibe and enjoy. It's like visually pleasing. There's also dogs. Like, I enjoy it. I enjoy hanging out. I enjoy lurking there, and I appreciate you bringing friends through. Thank you. Friends who've just joined us, welcome in. My name's Lou. I am a home cook. I'm a recipe developer. I live in Philadelphia. I'm an IRL dad, hence the name. My pronouns are he, they. And welcome. Thank you for hanging out. Housekeeping note number 1, follows are silent. If you hit the follow button, there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages. I will not say hi to you. It's literally like nothing happens. So if you're like me and you just like lurking and you enjoy finding new Twitch channels, please feel free to hit the follow button. I will not, no acknowledgement at all will happen. You just get to follow. If you say hi in chat, I'll definitely talk to you. This stream, speaking of talking, is mostly about conversations and cooking. I do a lot of recipe development. We do vegetable forward family meals. We do some baking. We do some IRL stuff out in the world. So it's friendly for lurkers too. So please enjoy hanging out. Is there a cookie in that pan? Yes, there is. Is this cool enough that I can touch it? Yes, it is. We're gonna get this out eventually. There is a chocolate chip cookie in this 13 3/4 inch cast iron pan, and maybe it'll come out of here. I don't know. We'll see. It didn't budge when I just touched it, so I don't know. It might still be a little attached in there. Let's give it a little like around the side here, so, and see if it comes up at all a little bit. If it doesn't, I'm concerned, but you know, whatever. No burpees or push-ups. Not on stream, no. In real life, yes, regularly. But no, I don't have any real redeems that force me to do things. I do have quite a few redeems. Feel free to take a look, but a lot of them are, yeah, none that really force me to like do stuff. I don't like being, I don't know. It's just part of my thing. I don't love being like, oh, I have to stop what I'm doing to do something else. I've had them before, and they give me a lot of stress and anxiety. So I don't have them anymore. I'm sorry. I do appreciate them though. There's no shade. I like when people have them. I think they're funny when people have them. I never redeem them, but I do think they're funny. Diana, yeah, right? I just like, there was one, I had to redeem one time that was like, change your hat. And the first time anyone redeemed it, I changed my hat and I didn't feel right. I didn't, like, it wasn't the right hat for the outfit or whatever. It just wasn't feeling good on my head at that moment. And I was like, we're not going to do this again. And I turned it off at that moment and was like, okay, I'll change it. I'll do this once, but I'm not going to do this again. Second favorite Sammy after North Jersey Sloppy Joe. What defines a North Jersey Sloppy Joe, Broccoli? My perfect Sloppy Joe is a beef mix with maybe some cheese underneath of it. And then you eat it over top of like chips, corn chips, so that all the stuff that drops down, you can just eat on the chips afterward. Jordy, welcome in. Howdy. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Leela, sandwiches. These we're doing tuna melts today. So we're doing them sort of like a grilled cheese. The way that we're going to do these is I'm going to put we're going to assemble them. We're going to put them on a sheet pan and melt them. And then we're going to grill them all kind of at the same time. So it's a bit of a process, but I think it works. I should say that I know it works because I've done it before. But it is a bit of it can feel a little cumbersome. That's, I think, how I want to put that. But they turn out pretty well, because one of the things that I hate about a grilled cheese sandwich, specifically grilled cheese, which is not what we're making today, we're making tuna melts. One of the things that I don't like about a grilled cheese sandwich is when your cheese is not fully melted on the inside. And so heating them in the oven first makes them much nicer and melty before you even grill them. Gwen, we're having tuna melts for dinner tonight. Calvin is in his room on his iPad. I'm going to finish up. When I'm done here, we can watch Percy Jackson, I think, is the goal. We didn't talk about it when he came home, but like we mentioned it this morning. Okay. But I'm finished everything else. I'm making dinner right now. So it is a giant cookie. You remember that chocolate chip dough that you were like, that I bought that's been in the fridge? Someone in chat today was like, I make cookies in my cast iron pan. And I was like, I'll do that. So I did. There it is.
What's the ETA on the
45 minutes. You got time for a couple games if you want. Okay.
I'm starving. That's why I was asking.
Got it. Okay. Well, don't fill. It's not going to be hours, so don't fill up. Anyway, Gwen just got home, so we're checking in for a few minutes or a few moments here. Michael says, "Do I have any advice for cooking steak?" You know, as a white male, I got advice for all sorts of shit. For steak specifically, I actually haven't. Yes, I do. And let me give you the caveat that I haven't cooked steak in a very long time. So I feel like there's probably maybe some more qualified folks in chat who are potentially able to steer you in a better direction. I know for me, the only times that the best steaks that I've had have all been like cooked very slowly in a cast iron pan in the oven, not on a grill. But that's kind of my advice is just in a cast iron pan in the oven with lots of butter. And that's really my only advice. I don't eat a lot of beef, so steak is a bit of a blind spot for me, culinarily speaking. Broccoli says the North Jersey Sloppy Joe is a double-decker on thin-sliced Russian rye with your choice of cold cuts and cheese, plus slaw and dressing. Whoa. That is a lot. That is a lot going on there. I would certainly eat that, though. Sounds good. Black Joy Beezy, it is in fact a giant cookie. I didn't make the dough. I didn't make the cookie dough, y'all. It was a like log of like chocolate. It was one of those chocolate chip cookie logs. And Liz, we do have ice cream to go with it. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Any beginner-friendly recipes you could use for a date night? I like anything that you prep all at once and then put in one pan. Are you cooking together? That's a good thing to know. Are you cooking together or doing it ahead? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 sandwiches. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No. We're one short. That's okay. One of these is really small. 2 of these are really small. So that's a surprise. You want it to be a surprise. You have to cook alone. I would definitely opt for something that you can either leave warm or reheat easily in the same pan. Does anything specific come to mind? I would say nothing that needs to be hot. Nothing that you need to have at like a specific temperature to serve. What do I mean by that? I mean, like, if it's a surprise, I wouldn't make like steak. Pasta that you can like make ahead of time and reheat within like 4 or 5 minutes would be lovely. Something with grains and vegetables. That's all. It also depends on what the person you're making it for likes. Okay, so we've got, that was some smoked Gouda. So now I'm just sort of like, I'm portioning out this cheese like roughly so that I have about the same per sandwich here. Which is sort of happening, I suppose. There we go. I just want to be able to like grab roughly the same amount for each one. Okay, here's what we're going to do next. So much like grilled cheese, I want to put mayonnaise on the outside of these breads. The reason for that is I don't love having butter when I grill these. I prefer the mayonnaise. Why do I prefer the mayonnaise? The mayonnaise is oil-based, much, you know, like butter and mayonnaise like will fry up similarly. I can spread the mayonnaise a little bit better so it gets across the whole piece of bread. And also it like sticks to the bread and I can just put it into the pan. I don't need to like swirl the butter around. It doesn't burn. Like butter sort of burns and smokes, and the mayonnaise is just on the bread, like it's not elsewhere in the pan. And also the mayonnaise allows me to like prep all of them sort of ahead of time, so I like that too. I'm gonna take these bread ends and put these in the freezer. We just used the last of my croutons last night. We had soup for dinner last night. So I used the rest of the croutons I made last week on that. This is, by the way, this is another of the use it up meals that we talked about, not last week, but the week before, where I was like getting together a bunch of meals from the pantry, from things I had in the pantry. Tuna and bread and cheese, these cheeses were all part of that equation. So this is all pantry stuff. I didn't buy anything new to make this. I've had everything here already and was trying to use it all up, or am still trying to use up a bunch of things. I've gotten through quite a few of those meals so far. So we're doing really well on the progress towards finalizing that pantry clean out. So, Diana, thank you. I appreciate the compliment. And I think that part of cooking in general is, you know, if you don't love it and you don't like, I don't know, if it's not like, if it feels like a chore, I don't think you should ever like force yourself to do it either. I think some people just cook because they like need to eat that day and that's their entire motivation, and like totally valid. I do both. I enjoy cooking. Some of the cooking I do I get paid for, which is nice. I do have some, I would say, date night worthy recipes, simple date night worthy stuff on the website. Command recipes for those if you're interested. Speaking of cooking that I've gotten paid for. Michael says, how did I make the tuna? No recipe today. I just took a shallot and an apple and cut those up and put them in the bowl, and then I put all of the tuna that I had in the cabinet in there, which was 4 cans. Enough mayonnaise to make it look like I wanted it to look. And then I added a bunch of different seasonings to it. Paprika, celery salt, regular salt, black pepper. What else did I add in there? Mustard, dry mustard, regular mustard, or not regular mustard, sorry. What kind of mustard is that? Stone ground mustard, fancy mustard. I added in there. Catastrophe. The apple and tuna, it's interesting. I love apple in both chicken salad and tuna. I find that I don't always love celery. but I need the crunch. The apple gives that like that little bit of crunch that the celery usually does. And also it has some sweetness to it, which is also very welcomed. Okay. So we're working, so what we're doing now, I'm coating the outside of all of these sandwiches with mayonnaise so that when I fry them, we're going to, oh no, Lemon, don't look. Lemon, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hide the mayonnaise. Hide the mayonnaise. Hide the mayonnaise. I know, this guy with the mayo again. What the fuck? Sorry. Friends who just joined us, welcome in. I'm gonna scroll up and say hi to you in just a second. My hands have mayonnaise on them at the moment. Friends who are hanging out here with us already, let me encourage you to go please follow A Recipe Reborn. One of the first food and drink streamers that I watched or started watching when I became aware of food and drink on Twitch, and also a genuinely nice human being. I have gotten so much good advice from Lemon, both on stream for cooking and streaming stuff, and I have been really interested and excited that her journey is sort of branching out into things like home maintenance, and the co-working stuff is very fascinating. I know you've sort of circled around that for a long time, but it's neat to see it all. And I really appreciate hanging out in Lemon's stream. I'm a lurker there, generally speaking, and I would really encourage y'all to please go follow A Recipe Reborn. Friends who just joined us, let me scroll up and say, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to scroll up and say hi. I'm going to introduce myself. I'm going to tell you what we're doing today, and then I'm going to get back to it. Sound good? Housekeeping note number 1. Follows are silent. There's no alerts. There's no sounds. There's no chat messages. And I won't say hi to you if you hit the follow button until you say hi first in chat. So if you're a lurker like me and you don't like to be perceived or called out or whatever, just know that if you hit the follow button, absolutely nothing happens. You do end up following the channel, though. That part still works. So just a little FYI on that. Lunaseer, welcome in. Fireflower, hello. Smattering, welcome. Florafala, welcome. Your name is Joyful? I don't know. It's felt nice to say. But welcome, regardless. Liz, thank you for the shout out. I appreciate it. Black Rose, Pixie, welcome in. Friends who just joined us, it's nice to have you. My name's Lou. This is a food and drink stream. Today and most days, we do mostly cooking here. I'm a home cook. I develop recipes for fun and money. I test recipes also for money and fun. I'm a parent. That's where the dad part comes from. I live in Philadelphia. That's East Coast, United States. My pronouns are he, they. I'm really happy that y'all are hanging out here. This stream is all about cooking. It is about recipe development. Lots of cooking, lots of conversation. We do meal planning. We do food meal prep. I do prep for trips. I also do some IRL streams out in the world. A lot of food and food adjacent things in Philadelphia and beyond. It is a good place to just chat. I'll also fill the void with the sound of my voice and describe what I'm doing. So if you're a lurker and you just like to hang out and have some background noise, you're very welcome to do that as well. So Thank you for coming through. Today, we've done a couple things. We did a recipe. We worked on a recipe for a pasta stew, a pastu, if you will. I would stop short of calling it a stewsta. That wouldn't work. Yeah, pastu. Anyway, I made a pasta stew sort of thing with orzo, sausage, cannellini beans, crushed tomatoes, onion, garlic, and salt and pepper. That's chilling in the fridge. It was really good. I need to refine that, work on that recipe a little bit more, and we'll be making that again at some point next week. The cookie, we made a big cookie. It looks like this. It's a giant cookie. I don't know what else to say. Someone in chat earlier, we were talking about skillet cookies, and I was like, you know what? I got some of that. I got some cookie dough in the fridge. I'm just going to put it in a skillet and see what happens. And now it looks like that, and we're going to eat a little bit of that too later. I started some dough for a focaccia that we're going to do tomorrow. That's another use it up style recipe that I'm it's not a recipe, sorry. It's another use it up meal. We're going to use up just a bunch more like cabinet and refrigerator stuff on the focaccia. So I don't know exactly what's going in it. I know it's going to have cheese and pizza sauce and bacon, mozzarella cheese. It's going to be like a focaccia pizza. So we made that. We prepped the dough for that. That's chilling in the fridge. I'm now working on tuna melts. So I have my, when y'all came through, I was putting mayonnaise on the outside of these sandwiches. We're about to assemble these, and then I'm gonna cover them open face with cheese. I'll put them in the oven, which is still on from the cookie. They're gonna melt, the cheese is gonna melt. I'm gonna take them out of the oven, and then we're gonna put them on the griddle and just make them look like grilled cheeses. Or tuna melts. They're tuna melts. They're going to look like tuna melts because they are. And that's what we're working on today. That's what we've worked on. That's what we are working on. That's what's happening. Welcome to the stream. Again, follows are silent if you are the type of person who's a lurker and enjoys just lurking, doesn't want to be perceived. If you hit the follow button, I promise you nothing happens. And it's as if, you know, you can just hit the follow button and nothing happens. So welcome in. Also, we do live stream, multi-stream on YouTube. There's a link to that in chat if you prefer watching on YouTube. Maybe you just like YouTube. Anyway, I also post clips and shorts and stuff there. So please feel free to like and subscribe. And by the way, if you're watching on YouTube, please feel free to like and subscribe. Thank you. Okay, that's it. That's all that we have today. I'm gonna wash my. No, it's not all that we have today. Sorry, that's all I have. That's all that I have on that. I'm gonna wash my hands. I'm gonna get myself a beverage real quick because I'm a little bit parched. And then we're gonna assemble some sandwiches. And then we're gonna eat them. We're gonna eat the sandwiches and the cookie. Okay. Fresh towel too. Every like couple hours, you got to get a fresh towel to dry your hands. Even if all you've done with the towel is dry your hands. It's just, I don't make the rules. That's just the rule. All right, I said I wanted a drink, so let's get a beverage. I'm gonna put some bubbles in this water, and then we'll be right. Everything will be right. Whoa, come on now. There we go. Okay, assembly. Do I know how to change the oil on a Honda Civic from 2012? No. It would take me a little while to figure out how to open the hood of a Honda Civic from 2012. Changing the oil? No, we don't do that. We don't do that. That's not my kind of party. Sorry. We leave that to the qualified professionals. I know how to call AAA. I have. They don't change oil though, I don't think. I don't know, I actually never asked. Okay. Assembly. Tuna first, then cheese. Pixie, that is, hold on, I was mixing this with a fork, but I really need a spoon to like make this happen. I'm gonna use a spoon and my hand. Pixie, that is a Toll House chocolate chip cookie. There's literally, it's the one that you see in the store that comes in a log form. It's not anything. It's not anything special. I definitely didn't make it. I mean, I put it in the pan, but that is the most that I did. I bought that cookie dough because like maybe a month, maybe 2 months ago, my partner was like, "Hey, how come you don't ever just like buy cookie dough at the store? You should." She was joking, and she was like, "You should just get like one of those logs of cookie and like make that." And so the next time I went to the store, obviously I bought a giant cookie log. And I haven't done anything with it because it's not really like part of the rotation of things that I do in the kitchen. And it came up today in chat, not the cookie log, but like skillet cookies general. And I was like, oh, I could very easily do one of those today. And so I did. And that's the story of why that cookie is sitting in a 13 3/4 inch Wagner cast iron skillet on the counter next to me. And it will be cut up and consumed probably in its entirety, if I'm guessing, this evening. It's possible. I'm making these tuna sandwiches. I'm going to probably put one sandwich worth of tuna, this leftover in the bowl here. I'm going to put that in the fridge because it's like just too much to pile on top there. These are already going to be thick sandwiches, so we don't need to make them this much more robust. Michael asked the question, what made you start streaming? A good question. What made me start streaming? So I can definitely answer that because I have a super definitive and clear answer to that because it wasn't like a wishy-washy thing. I started streaming when I found out that there was people streaming food cooking on Twitch. I didn't really know what Twitch was. I knew what it was conceptually. I knew that it was a place where people like streamed video games. I'd heard of it before. But my partner, who is a big Fortnite player and had watched Twitch and like already knew all about it, was like, hey, basically I was asking her to come sit at the counter and like chat with me after work while I was making dinner, like the same thing I do on stream. And she was like, I don't want to do that. I want to play Fortnite. Like, I want to decompress after work. Talking to you at the counter is not how I decompress. I talk to people all day. And I was like, well, whatever. I was like, okay, fine. That's fine. And she was like, why don't you like talk to the internet and talk to friends? Why don't you make friends on the internet? Why don't you like live stream your cooking? Because you enjoy that. And, you enjoy the cooking and you want me to talk to you. So why don't you do that? And I was like, what do you mean? Anyway, I joined Twitch and found a couple streamers who were streaming food and drink, and was like, oh, this is cool. Like I could probably do that. This seems fun. A Recipe Reborn was one of those streamers. Some other folks that I remember following like really early on, were like Miss Molly Makes, Rusty Rhymes, Mrs. Ruby, Hey It's Me Salty, BB Bubs, I think was one of the first folks I followed. So there was some folks that are still streaming. There's some folks that are not streaming on that list. But anyway, I started because I was bugging my partner to have someone to talk to while I was making dinner, and she didn't really want to do that. And I don't blame her because, whatever, because that's how it goes sometimes. But I started because of that. And I started streaming food and drink, and I continued streaming food and drink. I haven't really branched out. I'm using the same basic layout that I was using on day one. I'm using the same graphics that I was using on day one. I'm telling some of the same stories I was telling on day one. Excuse me. I'm actually not using the same graphics. These used to be video graphics, but they were taking up too much of my GPU, so now they're PNG graphics. Anyway, not that anyone needed to know or cared about that, but I know a lot more now about streaming than I did then. So that's good. Tatsu, lemon is great. I agree. I happen to agree with you. Very much so. Okay, so we're now assembling some sandwiches here. My mom told me not to talk to strangers online when I was young. Looking back, that's the breast rule I broke. It is an interesting one because I remember being in like AOL chat rooms when I was a kid and like message boards and all that, and it was all very you didn't really know what you were getting with any of that. But I think the internet was also a little bit less scammy, spammy, predatory a place back in those days. It sounded like the AOL welcome voice. Hey, how about this? Welcome. You've got mail. Was that better? Was that more accurate? Remember when getting mail was exciting? Now it's like, oh my God, please stop. I know that it's on sale. I don't need it anymore. Thank you. Meanwhile, someone out there was just transported back to like 1996 instantly. The dial-up tone. If you are here at the very, very, very beginning of stream, that sound plays when the countdown to stream timer ends. Because it lets me know that it's time to go it's time to go live, or it's time to like take the starting soon screen down, because usually I'm not looking at the computer, and I used to forget that didn't forget that I was live, but I would like look over and it would have been like 4 or 5 minutes since the timer ended, and I would be like, oh shoot, I was busy doing other things with my brain that were not paying attention. You remind me of Mark Rober. Oh my God. Thank you. Oh my God. That's actually a good compliment. I like that one. Nagin, welcome in. Welcome in. Chef Nagin. Another, I was mentioning earlier some of the folks that I first came across when I started streaming. Chef Nagin was another one of those who was there at the beginning of my my dawning of awareness of what food and drink meant, before I knew that Twitch wasn't just gaming. one of the first folks I followed. And I sort of branched out from your, I branched out from that area. Like Rusty was one of the first folks, and I was like, oh, what is this? Who are all these other people in whatever, like the club, the posse club? I was like, oh, there's more people who are doing this. Let me find out who. And I think you were definitely one of them. So many chats and message boards. I know. It is. There's a lot more ways to make friends on the internet now, and there's a lot more ways to get, like, for the internet to, like, be harmful. So it's a little of both, you know? I am thankful that I grew up in a time that I didn't have a cell phone, and that now it's, like, part of my life, because I feel like I can still disconnect from it. I have the capacity to not be beholden to my cell phone. You know what I mean? How many sandwiches am I making? Well, there's 7 on this tray, but some of them are very small. Some of them are probably going to get frozen and made later. Tatsu, did anyone try to download movies, TV series, and anime throughout the night, and then you had to pray the internet gods' connection didn't fail and ruin everything? I did. Can I tell you that I tried to download an album by the band Korn, the one with the backwards R, maybe you've heard of them, overnight, and it was at like 98% in the morning, and my mom picked up the phone and ruined it, and I literally still remember it to this day. Oof, triggered. Mom, no! I know. You remember picking up the landline in your house disconnected you from the world? What? Oh my God. Chef John Reed and Happy Chef. Happy Chef I still watch him. He's still doing the thing, which is incredible to me. And John Reed, I understand, is doing some of his own things now, non-streaming things. But I definitely watched him for a while. And when he was starting his like baking business, I was watching him too, as he was like getting that off the ground. I'm gonna set these. The oven's at 350. I'm gonna put these in on a 4-minute timer while I set the stove up for a little bit of grilling. Yes, yeah, I definitely found I got on to Kyle's stream A Date Night In early on as well. I was watching Twitch as a viewer under this name, under this channel name, for 3 or 4 months before I started streaming. Why the house had a mini Wi-Fi outlet in the wall? Oh my God. The worst internet that you can get, like the worst phone internet that you get now, like out in the middle of nowhere, right, is still faster than the internet that I had at home as a kid. It's wild to me. It is very wild. Rocket says, I hate using a cell phone. It's for travel or emergency only. Pisses me off when my mom's assisted living place insists on using it to contact me. That's, you know, I'm with you. I'm not a big, like, I appreciate having a life that is not on my phone. And I am glad that I can still do that. And I'm glad that I have the capacity to do that. Like, I'm glad that I didn't grow up with that expectation, but also I don't know what it's like to grow up with that expectation. I don't know what it's like to have that. You know, my son is 10, and when he first got, when he was first like going to and from school, I was like, hey, you know, I'm going to put like an AirTag in your bag, you know, and he got a cell phone later and was like, hey, you know, I was like, hey, do you mind that like location services are on? And he's like, no, I like knowing. He's like, I like knowing that you know where I am. And I was like, that's wild to me, because I would never want that. If they call me and I don't answer, I'm ignoring them on purpose. Usually, Lemon, if you call me and I don't answer, it's because my ringer hasn't been on in 25 years. Spaceballs, welcome in. Hello. Sofa, thank you for the shout out. Friends who are hanging out here. Bellanissima, welcome in. Welcome in. Una Mimica, welcome in. I was trying to sound out your name. I don't know if I got it. I might have. Friends who are hanging out here. Fellow food and drink streamer, Spaceballs, the username, excuse me, was in fact streaming food and drink today. I hope it was good. I understand you potentially have some cleanup to do, as generally happens after a food and drink stream. I appreciate you sharing your community with us. If you were hanging out here, Spaceballs is a friend of the stream. As I mentioned, is a fellow food and drink streamer, and is a lovely person to follow and enjoy both visually and audibly. We're gonna leave that one alone. Please go follow Spaceballs, the username. There's a shout out in chat that you will be able to navigate there directly and accurately. Friends who joined us, welcome in. It's nice to have you. My name's Lou. I'm a recipe developer, home cook. I'm a parent. My pronouns are he, they, and I appreciate y'all being here. Our stream is all about cooking, conversation. It's a friendly place for lurkers. So if you like to lurk, just please know that follows on the channel here are silent. There's usually, often when you follow a streamer, there's like a sound or a chat alert. There's none of those on this stream. So if you hit the follow button, nothing happens. And please feel free to enjoy your lurk. This stream is all about cooking and conversation. We like to chat. I'm a very chatty person. I get off track very easily. So apologies if you like to stick to a schedule. I like to stick to a schedule too, but my schedule is pretty long when I'm live for a good reason. Anyway, we do a lot of baking and meal prep and recipe development here. We do IRL stuff out in the world sometimes. And I have tuna melts in the oven. I need to check them. The timer just went off as you were coming in and I was starting to talk and I was like, oh, yes. Michael asked, can I tell a dad joke? I could. There's a redeem for that. There is a redeem for that. We're going to give those one more minute of melt. I need to set my stove up here. So in a few moments, what we're going to do is we're going to transfer stream over to the stove. I'm going to complain that the stove camera isn't working. Then I'm going to fix it. Then we're going to watch as these sandwiches get cooked on the griddle. Then we're going to come over and we're going to try one of them and see how that is. And then we're going to try this big chocolate chip cookie that's on the counter here and get that served up. Let me turn this griddle on. Okay, so we're moving. We're gonna move over to the stove here in just a moment. I did say I was gonna give those sandwiches one more minute, and then I promptly didn't set a timer. So they're not gonna be. They're gonna be fine. I know they're not. I know they're melted. They're not gonna be burned. They can't be burned. There's no burning them. Not like that. Okay, actually, I'm going to broil. I am gonna broil these. I am going to set a timer. Y'all are going to watch me set a timer for 1:00. I just want to broil them a little bit so that we have the cheese on the top is fully melted. I'm going to turn my timer on once the broiler starts because it takes a second. And I don't want to use time where it's not actually broiling. Come on, you can do it. Oh, we have a cat. We have a cat. Do y'all like cats? Do y'all like cats? Here, we could have 1 minute of cat time. Oh, Command Ash. Ash is back. Ash is back. He's blinky. He's very blinky. What are you up to today, bud? Ash, do you want to help me test the camera? Let's test the camera. Let's see if it's working. No, it's not working. Of course it's not working. Come here. Let's do this. And then we can do that. And then we can do this. And then we can do that. And that. And that. And now it'll work. There we go. Baby. Baby. Am I kissing your paws? Okay. Hey, Ash, when the timer goes off, we got to get down, okay? Oh, he doesn't like that. Look at those ears. He doesn't like that sound. Okay, we got to check the broiler, and I can't have you with me while we're doing that, okay? Sorry, bud. Sorry, bud. Okay. Yes, all of those are melted now. Okay, we're going to take these out. I'm going to put them on the counter here. We're going to put them... We're going to put the lids on them, or the tops, whatever. Gloves. There's the glove. Okay. Yeesh. We have... Okay, these are good. Ready to go. I'm going to turn my oven off. I'm going to put these back in the oven when I'm finished with them. But that will not be just yet. Okay, so these are getting their lids, and these are all roughly in the size that they're supposed to be. I didn't these aren't sorted. They're just, I'm just kind of putting them on so that they're all just about on the same size one that they're supposed to be. Okay, so why do I put them in the oven first? I put them in the oven first to really fully melt the cheese. And I also put them in the oven because I don't want to cook them on the griddle. By the time they hit the griddle, I really want them to be warm, which they are. I want them to be mostly warm and really just needing to be browned. So we're going to take these over. Whoa, that pan is hot. You'd be surprised what happens after you put the pan in the oven and then you take it out and you touch it right away. It's shockingly hot. Okay, let's get this straightened out, and we're gonna come over here to the griddle, which is not super exciting to look at if we're being honest. Broccoli says, I do my tuna melts like a grilled cheese with 2 slices of bread, cheese on both, tuna salad in the middle, and then do them in a skillet. I meant to put the bread on both sides, and I said I was going to do it, and I didn't. Not the bread, the cheese. I meant to do it, and I didn't. I forgot. But that's okay. Because they still have cheese on them, and they'll be okay. Why is it not working? Oh, there we go. Okay. Technology is working against me at this moment. It's not technology, it's actually the hardware. Whatever. Okay. No shitty glow on there. Where's that glow from? Where's that glow coming from? Oh, it's the overhead light. I can't change that. Okay. All right. Come on over to the stove. And now I am going to grab this with my hand. And now I can do a final... There we go. All right. So we're going to pop these onto the griddle. And I'm going to flip them upside down from their starting position here. So we're just going to take them from this sheet pan, flip them upside down, and just pop them onto here. There's going to be some stuff that kind of falls out, and that's okay. I'm not really concerned about that. The griddle is on pretty low. I have it on a 2.5 right now out of 7. So that is, again, quite low. But I don't want to burn these right away. we're starting here. Got a little bit of sizzle. That is the tuna. So I'm just going to kind of tuck these in now as they need to be. There we go. All right. Now we're just going to let these kind of go here. I'm going to start my timer. I'm going to set a timer. I'm not going to set a timer. I'm going to set a count up timer so that I just know how long they've been on there. I want to do them about a minute on the first side, and then I'll just flip them and we'll see where they're at after about a minute or so. So once I'm finished with these, we're going to pop these back in the oven. The oven is off right now, but it'll still be pretty warm. I'm going to put them right back on the sheet pan that they were on, that I was staging them on, and then we'll do the next round. So I've got 4 on the grill, 3 in the queue. I don't want to put anything here right in the middle because there's no heat in the middle here. The burners are here and here. So it's not even uniform heat throughout the whole thing. So we're just going to leave those there for a second, and they should be coming along. Ash is over here making all sorts of noise. What do you got? He's playing with a plastic bag. Come here, bud. This is not a plaything. Thank you. All right, so these are about 1:30 on here now. These should not be, yeah, they're definitely not. There's no color on them yet. So I'm going to take that one and just flip that right back the way it was. I'm going to turn this griddle up a little bit. I'm at 3.5 now. So this is, I know this is all very exciting to watch the tops of bread. But I promise you it's probably better than watching my back. Maybe it's not, I don't know. But these are moving. Let's see. I'm gonna keep this on the counter, or clean this plate up. I just want to I'm gonna keep checking in on these every like minute or two. Once they're browned on the one side, I'm just gonna give them a flip, and they'll cook quicker on the second side. And we're sort of, I turned them up, so I'm imagining they will cook a lot quicker now. Or they will start cooking a lot quicker. But once they have a little bit of color to them, like this one does, I am going to rotate them because the burner is in the center. And so I wanted a little bit of an even grill on here. So we're rotating. We're at 3 minutes now. And I did turn these up, so they should move a little bit quicker. Again, I don't want them to cook too fast. The goal here is not to burn them before they are warmed. They're pretty warm though. They were in the oven for open face in the oven for about 5 minutes, plus a little broiling time. So the filling is already on its way to being warm. And again, we're going to put these back in the oven after this. They're not going to be in the oven on the temp. The oven's off, but we're keeping them warm in there. Okay. Let me check the battery on this microphone. Uh-oh. I'm in the red. That's bad, because this other microphone... No, it's not. It is what it is. This other microphone is it broke the other day, so it's not great. Let me while I'm standing here grilling these, I have an idea. Can someone tell me if you hear buzzing on this microphone starting now? Do y'all hear like a buzzing sound on stream? You might not, but it is no buzzing sound. Okay, good. So I'm not really on camera right now, so I'm just going to plug this microphone in while that's not happening. While I'm not like being visually very present, we're gonna charge this microphone for a few minutes here. Just so that it doesn't die before the end of the stream. Now, I'm using my, it's not really a backup mic, it's just my second mic. The other one usually dies at about 5 hours, so this one has already given us more life than the other one. Okay, look at that color. Yeah, these look good. They sound good. And we're at 5 minutes and 45 seconds. Turning these down just a little bit now. I'm going to let these go until they are about 6-7 minutes or so, and then I'm going to spin them. My kid just goes 6-7 from upstairs, and I'm going to lose my fucking mind. Why are children allowed to speak? I'm just kidding. They have a lot to say if you actually listen. Angry Rook, welcome in. Howdy. Okay. Yeah, see that one, we're already at the rotate stage of these. We're at 6.5 minutes. Yeah. Just checking the bottoms. We're doing good. We'll take the excess off of here. Now, this is why I love mayonnaise. Because I don't have to put any butter on this griddle. Like, there's no butter here. All this color is just from the mayonnaise. Apologies again to a Recipe Reborn, who consistently raids me while I'm using mayonnaise. It's happened multiple times. So, I think it's a coincidence, but there might be something more nefarious afoot here. Jazzy, welcome. This looks yummy. Thank you. I think so too. I'm happy with these. Yeah, color looks good. That one's good. Fuck. It's also hot. Shockingly enough, it's hot. It's a sandwich on a grill. What do you mean it's hot? Okay, these look great. Take these off. I'm gonna put, wait, no, they have to come off. There we go. Now this griddle is hot, much hotter than it was the first time. So these next ones, I'm turning this griddle way down now. And these are gonna take less than half of the time that those just took. In fact, I just turned the sitter down. I'm gonna give this a scrape for a second, and we're gonna let that. Yeah, I turned this way down. Okay, give this a little scrape. There we go. Okay, now those first sandwiches look really nice. I think I'm going to take these, because this griddle is quite hot, I'm going to put these next ones towards the middle here so that they don't just burn right away. Because the middle of this griddle is pretty hot, and it'll still cook them, just slower. So we're gonna do a little bit of selective placement here. I'm going to put these ones that I just finished in the oven, which is, again, warm but not hot. I'm also, I have the oven cracked. I'd had it earlier. I cracked it just a little bit. One, it's wintertime, and, you know, it's okay to have the warm oven open a little bit. It's actually making the house quite pleasant, making this room quite pleasant. But let's see. Are the edges here starting to burn? No, they're not. Okay. So I'm going to inch this a little farther onto where the burner is. Wait, no, I don't want to flip that yet. There we go. Okay. And then this one I'm going to scoot a little farther back. I just wanted to give the griddle like a little bit of a chance to let some of that immediate heat that had built up out before just popping another sandwich right on there, because it would just burn instantly if I did that. So we're trying to work a little smart here and make sure that there's no make sure that I don't burn the last ones. All right. And again, I turned the griddle way down. So yeah, we're getting some color in the center. Time to rotate. Color. Time to rotate. And then this one is just on the burner in the middle. So we should have, yeah, good color all across on that one. Because this is just literally right in the center of where the burner is. I can sandwich these a little closer together, no pun intended. Pun fully intended, actually. And those will cook a little quicker. So we're getting there. We're getting there. These are tuna melts. These are a pantry clean out day dish that I want a little more color on that one, but we'll flip it again at the end. That one looks okay. Actually, they both kind of look okay. This one I just want a little bit more right here, but yeah. Beautiful. Just another minute on that side and we're good to go here. Yeah, broccoli. I got this griddle. I'd been waiting. This is Lodge. This is a Lodge brand griddle. They make a couple sizes. Not this one's definitely not ready yet. They make a couple sizes of griddle, and this one, the one that they have in most stores, is slightly, not a lot, but slightly smaller than this one. And it doesn't fit as well on my camp stove. So I got the griddle so that I could use it for going camping. Now I use it at home quite a bit for, for griddle purposes. But I got the one. I was waiting, and I'm such a like a Luddite sometimes. I don't love ordering stuff from online. Like I definitely could have just purchased it from the internet and like had it sent to me. But I'm the type of person who likes the discovery of finding something. And I forget exactly what trip it was on, but I found this one in a store, and I was like, oh. Like that's the one. We were on a camping trip and I bought it. And now I use it pretty frequently. I like it because it's either this griddle or my large cast iron pan that I was using for the cookie earlier. And I can do, if I want to, I can do like 6 sandwiches on here pretty easily. The ones in the middle don't cook as quick, but you just kind of rotate through and keep flipping, and which ones are ready to flip and which ones aren't. Okay, that's pretty good. And then this one should be, yeah, this one's ready. Okay, this last one, we're just going to let that one go for a moment or two. I'm going to pop that right in the center. give that about another 30 seconds per side here. And I'm just tucking the little like pieces that sort of fall out. Just kind of tucking that